Welcome everybody to our Sunday simul super stream. What's up, Asterbait? Good to see you. Sunday simul Schieberspieler. Schieberspieler, long time no see. Hope you are well. FIDE Master Schieberspieler. And Mr. Slowhand just subscribed. Mr. Slowhand Grind subscribed to Tier 1. 31 months. It reminds me always to remember the last time I was living in the United States. I can just look back and remember the fall of 2019, and I'll know when. Was that making sense? The last time. I'll know when Mr. Slow first subscribed. All right, we've got Asterbait in the house with a quote. Scat Koravox. Thanks for being a subscriber. Sladgie, I've realized today that your team won Division 2. Don't worry, Schieberspieler. We thought it was impossible as well. It's okay to be surprised. It was something of a miracle. Yeah, miracles happen. Very rarely do miracles happen. We pretty much figured it couldn't happen. Freak result in the last round allowed us to win the tournament. Or league, should I say. So that's lucky. Welcome, Bjock, Schieberspieler, Someone on Sound, Mr. Coffee. Guys, we're hosting a simul here for 25 players. Also check out, he's not streaming that often, but check out Schieberspieler's stream. Lately he hasn't been streaming, probably busy with school, but check him out when he does. Leiki, when will the simul begin? In about 15 minutes. I'm going to host a new simul here. Please listen up for the simul description. Oh no, it won't let me go through. Estimated start time. It's on the wrong. Now it won't go through. I'm going to have to copy and remake it. AM I put. Alright. Yeah, this isn't going to work. It must be set in the future. Now it's in the future. 6:45. Yeah, it's not going to let me do it. Alright, we're just going to redo this. Once more. Copy. Play, host a new simul. I have to recreate my simul. We're going to recreate our simul. 15 minutes, 40 seconds. It's very glitchy. Creation of simul mode. If you type one thing wrong, it won't let you ever create the simul. It's great. I love it. Very professional. Alright. Guys, please support the stream. I will. There, it does that. See, that's what happens. It sets the hour back. I made it AM instead of PM. Paste. Thank God for copy and paste. Alright. There we go. Let's make sure. Colors. Here we go. See, almost the wrong color. Random colors. Host new simul. Bang. Alright. Host color to be set. Thank you, Schieberspieler. Almost forgot. Mr. Coffee, thanks for being a subscriber. Easter today. Get out of here. Alright, Easter today in some places, but most Easter is long gone. Easter is in the past. In the rear view window here. Alright, whoa. Didn't do that. I didn't do that. Where's my simul? Where's my freaking simul? There it is. It's already created. Alright, it's here. Hey, someone on sound is here. Will Move 11 show up? Will Move 11 show up? $1 million question. Somewhat on sound is in charge of chat. Copy. Paste. In charge of chat. On the simul page. Yes. Good to see you, someone on sound. Somewhat Schieberspieler. Alright. You've improved your line. Oh. No. man, I don't know what I'm gonna do. How to join. Alright, I'm gonna put the simul page link in there for everybody. Guys, please support the stream. Mr. Slow he already heard me. Gift sub for Marty Matsko. For this reason, no Sicilian today. You know what he's talking about, right? Schieberspieler instantly knows what he's talking about. It's like ultra boring closed Sicilian someone on Sound started playing. I just want to like stick needles in my eyes. It's like torture. I think I honestly preferred the Smith Mora, but it's probably not as good as the Smith Mora. I hate the closed Sicilian. I hate it as much or more than the Smith Mora. Okay, guys, here's the simul description. Weekly simul for I Am Me. William Pascal, Sladgie on Twitch. 25-player classical simul against Twitch subscribers, regulars, and a few noobs. Please check out the stream live on Twitch. Obviously, if you're watching me, you already are. You can subscribe and always watch the videos for free on YouTube. Guys, please just do that. Subscribe and like the videos over on YouTube. It's free. Support my efforts by subscribing and donating. Not required, but very helpful. Thank you. If you enjoyed the game or my stream, send a tip. You can donate via Streamlabs or PayPal. And now, on to the simul rules. Support freedom for Ukraine, no war. That's kind of separate, obviously. Simul rules, no London system. Please take your time. This is a classical game. Please do not enter the simul if you cannot stay for up to 3 hours. This is a long simul. No computers, assistance of any kind. Thanks everybody and good luck. Alright. Why do you hate closed Sicilian? Honestly, I don't like playing closed positions that much in fast time controls. For me, these are like blitz games. If it was a one-on-one long game, I wouldn't mind HTFP. But since every single game, you know, from my perspective, is basically like a blitz game, I just really don't like playing closed positions in blitz time control. I'm liking blitz less and less, honestly. The older I get, the less I know. Bill's mom. Circa 2011 or something. Anyway. Alright, Acerbate. We've got in. Amoeboid. Amoeboid is like mysterious. We never know if he's actually a subscriber or not. He's just kind of always lurking out there. We assume he's a subscriber, but I don't even know if I can see my subscribers. Lichess or Twitch has probably disabled that. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that Amoeboid, we're gonna put him on the honor system. We're gonna assume maybe someone should try to give him. There he is. Oh, he's here. All right, he's on the honor system. He's not a big talker, Amoeboid. Occasionally a comment if I bring him up. All right, thank you, Amoeboid. Mr. Sohan with the gift sub for Slendrina, and a gift sub for Snuggles the Snail. Two of my best friends, Snuggles the Snail and Marty Matsko, have gotten gift subs today. Mr. Sohan Grind has donated 821 gift subs. Guys, I haven't enabled it yet, but I'm going to create, on the suggestion of several people, I'm going to create a donation bar so that I can help pay for my chess trip to the World Senior Championship in November in Italy. And we'll create like a fundraising donation bar for that, but not yet. When I get around to it. So just keep that in mind. Keep it in mind. It'll be exciting. We'll start a fundraising gift sub or whatever donation bar for World Senior Championship in November. I have to make sure that I'm eligible. I really have to check the fine print because I'm not 50. And I'll be playing in the 50 plus tournament if it's legit, if it's legal in November. But I want to make sure. I'm kind of waiting on the tournament details because they haven't come out yet. So maybe I'll play in a tournament in the summer, but anyway, I'm looking forward to something like cool. If I play in the World Senior in November, it's an 11-round tournament, so it's a big deal. It would be fun. All right, bad Grunfeld player. Do we have any other subscribers? I have fake ID. No, I mean the rule is if you turn 50 before the end of the calendar year, you're supposed to be eligible. But I have to read the fine print and make sure like that's in effect. It should work like that. Nudge Papa. We're taking subscribers first. Save a dog. But anyway, no donation bar for the World Senior yet until they officially publish the info, because FIDE is they've been very lax. There hasn't been a World Senior Championship in 2 years because of COVID, and obviously I've never played in a World Senior Championship before. So Mr. Slow gifting gift subs today. Guys, please support the stream. Be like Mr. Slow. Be a hero. Alright, Scat Koravox is a subscriber, and he's in. He or she. Slendrina. I'm getting confused now. Slendrina Forever. Yeah, that's the Twitch account. Okay. Sybil Dorset, I think, is the same person, so I'm not going to enter them twice. Someone on sound. Sumahair. Oh, we got a player from Romania. Actually from Moldova. Cool. Someone new. Arsenal's not gonna... Okay, Arsenal's in. Occultist Scrappy. Oh, funny things. I was looking for categories for the stream. And one of them was like evil. The categories are so weird. They have one for every country. Then there's like evil characters. I thought I'd make like a stream category evil characters. Occultist. I was looking for like satanic stream. There's this like meme in the United States where people have created like satanic after school programs to kind of mock the far right. We could have like satanic stream. Occultist Scrappy. No, seriously, Super Sebi. Super Sebi is always a subscriber. I'm not a Satanist, but I just think it's kind of funny. All right. Boom. Ginger else. Ginger Ice. Ginger is that? Can I read? Else. What's up? Ginger Els. Ginger Els, bad Grunfeld player. Welcome. Is anyone else a subscriber? All I know is, Arsenal, you need to slow down a little bit when you do play longer games. You have a tendency to rush too much. The best thing you can do is play the longest games you can play and take your time. You gotta slow yourself down. You're not as bad as Asterbate, but Asterbate plays 30-minute time control, but there's no reason to play 30-minute time control if you only use less than 5 minutes. Asterbate, do you hear me? It doesn't matter if you play classical games if you only use 5 minutes every game. Do you get it? That's irrelevant now. You might as well play Blitz. If you're gonna play classical chess, at least use like half your time or something. Embrace the boring. Gotta like let the game have a little bit of life of its own. Try hard, Alex. Underdog. All right, guys. How many players do we have? By the way, 4 gift subs from Mr. Slow today. Let's try to get a hype train going. Let's see my hype train. Let me check my hype train emotes here. How many hype train emotes do we have? Hype cozy, hype miss, hype heart, hype chimp. Asteroid likes that one. Hype disguise. Alright, we've got 11 players. 13. I got a message too. Hi. Hello, can you accept Sala Kalantari 2008? You're a follower now. We'll give away a lot of subs on Twitch. Pirate77, that sounds familiar. Pie, my last word game I won a PC opening, spent no time thinking and almost lost. It was a draw. See? That's the Acerbate school. Where's Bob? Man, we've had Bob around lately. Ginger Ice. Els. Ginger Ice. Sounds like a rapper. Right. Ginger Els. Ukraine. Mr. Slowhand Grind. Gifting a tier 1 sub to Searaid. Searaided. Pirate, we've played before. Corporolite. Searaid just got a gift sub, so I guess they're in. Got 15 players and counting. Acerbate, don't drop out at the last minute. Where's Move 11? Move 11 must be out. I assume Move 11, he's not online, so I guess he's not playing. Alright, Sujit Kumar. Who said they wanted to play? Politely? Polite! Guys, gift some gift subs. Kalantar. Yeah, we heard that. Kalantar. Please is always nice. We're gonna start soon. Guys, start a hike train. A lot of friends online. Mr. Coffee, sir. Sire. Never played D4. I hope I get to play a black game once. Now that's something we don't hear too often. People complaining they didn't get black. They didn't get black enough. Dinekis. Occultist. We should just accept occultist. Macaulay Culkin. Oh no, Silent Carnotarian's playing another game. No, I don't play simuls. Alright. Corpolite. Ooh, strong player. Oh, strong players are not allowed. Naev. Naev16, thanks for watching. You're also playing a simul. Why are you guys like playing other games and like challenging me to simul games? ADD. Contrary, you're already playing a game right now. I'm not going to play people who are like playing multiple games. Alright. I want people who actually focus on this game and take it seriously. The last thing I want to do is like accept challenges from people who are already playing another game. I have enough problems with like people dropping out of the simul games. Sire! Hit him with a sire, Mr. Coffee. Sire. It always ends with drawn endgames. It does. Hit it with a sire. 16! Acerbate, donate 16. You tricked me. I thought you donated 16 bits. 16 big bits. Come on, guys. Sumahair's out there, and I didn't get him. We need 25. Start a hype train. It's never too late. My official chess stats. That's an original name. Uh-oh. Camille. Camille's playing a game. Oh, you guys, like, have ADD, and you can't focus. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I think that's a category here. You can focus for long as 3 hours if necessary. No Alex left. Where are you? You're in. If necessary. I assume you're try hard, Alex? If necessary. I'm gonna do ADD. Yeah. I'm gonna add ADD to our streaming category. It's like a treat. I'm basically doing like treatment for people with ADD, because 99% of our opponents have ADD. They can't like focus on more, less than like 10 things at the same time. All right, chess player Aaron, you're in. This is a mental health support stream. They're chess players, they need it. So do I. You'll finish the game and focus. Alright, we'll give you a chance. But you're not in the... Now Kalantar, we lost you. There he is. Alright. Yeah, finish the game and focus. If anybody drops out, I eat their soul. Alright. Anyone drops out during the game live without a proper reason, I send a soul-sucking monster to shrivel them up. What are we going to do? Naev also asked to play, but they're playing. Guys, donate something. $1 million. I'll stream for free for a year if you guys donate $1 million. Come on, there's so many billionaires out there. Can't one of them just drop $1 million on my stream? What's up, Mr. Coffee? Then I could just stream for free. Not even begging. Mr. Slowhand just gifted a tier 1 sub to the community. To Naev. Okay, Naev is in. In, I say. Mr. Coffee, 100 bits. Mr. Coffee, anonymous gifter. Guys, I'm just begging while we wait for the last 4 players here. No move 11. Mr. Slow up to 5-6 gift subs. Feels bad, man. Alright. Masturbate. Redeem. Highlight my message. We got that. We got that. Yep. We got him. Yeah, he's playing another simul. That's gross. I like it's like it's not PC to like kick people out. Like you used to be able to like X people out. But now you can't. Like if you're playing another simul against GG Tours, I am not going to accept you. Alright? That's just gross. To play like multiple simuls at the same time. That's gross, dude. Seriously. That's appreciation. If I was a billionaire, I'd have Shirov in residency as my personal tutor. Interesting choice, Arsenal. Is that political or chess related? Or both? By the way, no politics. We're trying to stay clear of politics. Not going to ban anyone from participating. Stylistic? Yeah, well, we know you like the tactical. You like the tactical. Exciting chess. He's still alive. Asterbate posted a quote, a Sheriff quote earlier. Don't personally like him. But you could do worse. Yeah, I know. I say no politics and someone on sound is like, Macron or Le Pen gonna win today? Well, as a lot of articles have already posted, you know, Le Pen has already won, essentially, in a sense, but hopefully it holds. But a hold, you know, it's not good enough. The world is looking pretty ugly. I'm just gonna leave it at that. But we're not gonna start with politics. Don't encourage it. Someone on sound. No talking about elections, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, etc. I'm trying to steer clear of the political. To salvage my own. Speaking of mental health, we don't want to like push anyone over the edge. As HTFP said earlier, this is like a mental health treatment stream. So, since it's a mental health treatment stream, I don't want to trigger anyone in particular, including myself. Alright, no, I'm not going to accept people who are playing WFMs. Alright, L, whatever they are. Just kidding. Laos is like a multiple. Laos is in the simul twice already. Maybe not, I don't know. They're just like unbeatable. I don't want to play someone who's unbeatable. H990 from Morocco. Ouch. That's a strong player. A little too good in bullet. They're probably going to play super fast. I don't like that. I'm going to take this guy on the web bar from my former home, the United States. It's nice to see people who aren't involved in simuls with other title players. I feel special if you guys play just me, you know. It makes me feel better. I'm playing, you know. I'm playing 25 people. It doesn't mean that you have to play a simul as well simultaneously. All right, this guy's playing another game. Damn it, everybody's playing games. New opponent. Oh, by the way, I love this. Not to name names. Rochess Dude, welcome. So, not to name names. I noticed that one of my friends followed a FIDE master, who's the coach here on lichess, and I found it funny that like, if you looked at his profile, he had like all these like 10-star reviews, and all the people that gave him 10-star reviews on his coaching profile like had 0 games. He like made up a bunch of like, or had people make up a bunch of accounts that have never played a single game on lichess, and made reviews about his coaching page. Like, that's disgusting. All right, you're definitely highly regarded in my book. So we got occultist. No. Wait, why am I declining this player? 1592 looks good, and he's not even playing like 10 people at the same time. Can't play today, guys. B-Jock, are you serious? You're out? We're down to 20. We were too slow. Pierre Marie. France! Vive la France. That's all I'm gonna say. Can't imagine who I want to win the French election, but we're not gonna talk about politics. Don't talk about the war. If I resign the current game, should you consider? No. That's not right either, man. You're playing that game. Play the game, dude. Play the game. Show some respect for your opponent. That's disrespectful to them. No, absolutely not. Play the game. Show respect to the player you're playing. I would be pissed if you resigned against me to play against some 2600 or something. Absolutely not. Play next week. Insane since 2003. I love it. Alright. Great name. I've been insane since 1972. Dude, are you serious? So that's like, I just cheated on my last girlfriend. Take me as your I mean, I just cheated on my last boyfriend with you. Take me as your girlfriend or whatever. You're probably gonna cheat on me too. Like, you're gonna resign the game so that you can play with like a super GM. Dude, that's so bad. I just know what to say, man. With 10 CPL wins, I'm surprised that he's not banned. He's 3-0? Oh no. Thanks, Schieberspieler. I guess he followed you here. Yeah, Schieberspieler. Well, Schieberspieler's used to playing 10 CPL. Come on, we need 5 more players. Where's Notch Papa? Is he in the stream? There he is. Guys, sorry, it took too long to get this thing started. I appreciate you waiting. Cause my language is Persian, I withdrew. What? Yeah, you're alright. Well, I think that Schieberspieler knows what he's talking about. He's like the expert in CPL, man. We all have a few 9 CPLs. But 3 out of 3 in simul games, nothing. You know, Arsenal fan, I mean, you like the odd conspiracy theory, right? I wouldn't call it a conspiracy theory. Underdog 8-1, no. Busting the computer on him. Wonder Boy. Alright. Is it Easter here? No. Camille's playing. That guy's too good at bullet. We'll take Corporal Light. I mean, how many games does Corporal Light have? He has a lot of blitz games. It's Easter. I heard some church bells here, but we're not the... Hungary isn't Orthodox. So, Easter's over. Yeah, we don't have enough players. I'm gonna take Mago. How many we got? Alright. I'm gonna say this for the last time. Suji, what you did isn't right, alright? But I feel badly for you now that you did it. You shouldn't have done that. Don't do it again. I'm gonna take your game, but I disagree with what you did. You know, I don't think you should withdraw and resign against the other player. That's not right, dude. But since now you're stuck and you don't have a game, I'm gonna give you a chance. If you resign the game early or leave against me, you'll have your soul haunted for the rest of your life by the gods of Kaisha. Alright, shock. 32 games. 8 games. Oh, Shock doesn't have enough games. Mr. Slow, get to the tier 1 sub to Camille. Camille has another game going. Now they're free. Alright. 26. How do we get 26? Yeah, well, I mean, if Sheeper Spieler is like me, he doesn't report people. He doesn't want to report people. Plus, it's like a lot of work. You know, you have to like research it, send it in. 2 games. 1 game is definitely marginal. 2 games, I would consider reporting somebody. Never played D4. Did you disconnect? Where is he? Ginger Else dropped out too. Oh, you are Ginger Else. That explains everything. Okay, I've got 26. I'm starting with an extra. We started late, guys. Sorry. Please accept my apologies for the late start. It's a 3-hour simul, so we're gonna be here till 10. Mr. Sohan donated 7 gift subs. Mr. Coffee with 100 bits. Can we do better than that? Mr. Coffee donated 100 bits. Is that right? Someone in sound gifted. He gifted $10, and he wrote 990,990 to go. I figured if I got $1 million, my thinking was kind of like this. Like, I could basically, if you donate $1 million, I could go like 20 years without working. Approximately 50,000 a year, say. Not a bad living here in Hungary. If you donate $1 million, I could just stream chess without having to beg, and I could just basically have job security for 20 years. Then we just concentrate on Mr. Coffee with 1,000 bits. All right, so that's another. So it's like 990,980 to go. Although, unfortunately, like Twitch took a cut out of that. So, but all right. Thank you, Mr. Coffee. Everybody gets their cuts. I'm trying to stay away from E4 a little bit lately. I don't feel very sharp tactically. Whenever I play E4, I feel I need to be sharper. I feel like is that bias? Is E4 necessarily sharper than D4? Winning tonight. I want to play some good games with black. I hope that someone on sound is black. I guess we'll know. Let's throw out an extra D4. See if we can get a. We'll see if we can get an Albin. But thanks to Mr. Coffee. Aster bait. No, they're just gonna be the first ones with white, right? I'm sure that I said it. I'm sure that I made it with black, dude. There, see? It does them all in a row. You scared me. I was scared for a second there. Yeah, Mr. So it's alright. Sicilian and E5. What am I going to play against Sumahair? I'm just going to pretend everyone is Sumahair who plays D4. And Notch Papa. He's D4 regs. Tonight's will be Aster's night. Acer doesn't take the simul seriously enough. He's too distracted. This is an ADD treatment stream. Someone played the Birds opening. Cool. Symmetrical now. F6 against the Birds. You're pretty bored with the Italian. Man, welcome to the world. It's pretty boring with both sides. Play the Spanish. Yeah, I was thinking c5 is just a good, it's just a good all-around response to, what am I saying? I'm going to keep it like c5, e5 today. Look at that. 1d5. I hope I don't get super. I'm so bored of playing the same openings against the same people. Let's try a c5. Oops. Stay away from someone on sound. Like, what do you do when you play the Albin and people play d4, d5, knight f3? Isn't that a problem? Kind of. Oops, there goes my repertoire. Can somebody explain that to me? Hey, my repertoire is to play the Albin counter gambit. But what happens when they play like d4, d5, knight f3? Then your repertoire is like down the toilet? Or what? Wonder what he plays. Well, right. But I don't know that someone on sound plays the Chigorin. He can't do that. He doesn't play the Chigorin. You do. But that's different. Well, that's funny. A player played d4, I played b6, and they played e4. You know what's ironic about that? Someone on sound. As an e4 player, you're effectively playing the Queen's Gambit at tempo down. You know? There's something weird about that. Hey, I'll play the someone on sound attack. Someone on sound attack. No, I'm just kidding. Alright. Oh my god. Immediately, the first game I get this crap. Are you kidding me? Radical solutions. He immediately draws like the first lot, essentially. Someone on sound. Damn, dude, I'm good. I know who everybody is. Know your opponent. That's like, I've never guessed anybody on move 1, right? That's why we do the Zen mode, to try to guess who the regulars are. But I mean, seriously, I think the move 2, I've never done a move 1 guess. That would be pretty good. It would almost require a complete chance, right? If like Cheesy Noob was here and he played c3 on move 1, I could theoretically guess him on move 1. But guessing move 2 is really like an art. We can't easily guess who people are after move 2. Mr. Someone on sound, I can't believe you got this crap on me already. Why couldn't you be black for one game? Unbelievable. Hey, what's up, jerks? Shitty to see you too, Bob. You're not dead yet? Just kidding. Just kidding. It's great to see you. Great to see you. Let's employ various different move orders. You found an improvement to our last game. Oh my god. Sumahair. No, shit. I'm getting arrogant trying to guess people on move 1 now. Move 2. Sumahair is a Karo-Kan regular, so it was a safe bet, but I was wrong. Karo-Kan drives me nuts. Very solid. The Chigorin. No. The Nim's bitch. Don't know who that is. Someone new. Someone up, Bob. What's up, Bob? Guys, don't be afraid to start Hype Train. Now that Bob's here, he can really unleash his financial Influence. How to buy friends and influence people. Yeah, speaking of summon on sound, I can play c5 because I'm a Queen's Gambit player. No Petrov. I had a weird game against 11 yesterday. I feel very welcomed. No Italian game. Damn, every game. I'm gonna have to play one Petrov. Just for diversity. Diversity! Alright, I'm gonna play the Budapest for fun. So this can't be someone on sound. He's already ruled out. No Morales today. No Jim. No Mule Skinner. A lot of our regulars not here. The Mule Skinner hasn't played very often on weekends. I think he plays over the board tournaments. No move 11. No move 11, I feel safer to play the Catalan. There's another one. Uh-oh, could be an Arsenal fan or Acerbate Benoni coming on. But you guys, do you use that move order? Arsenal fan, do you play the E6 Benoni move order? Ooh, he like pre-moved E5. Oh, killing my intention to play the Sveshnikov. Last Sveshnikov was against Arsenal fan. Bob, I found a Sicilian line that I truly despise. Well, I despise the Smith-Mora pretty much, man. One day you'll play something good. You might even come around and start playing something good. It takes too much work, though. You see, someone that sounds he's a smart dude, but he's like a chess. He's a chess amateur, so he doesn't have time. He doesn't have time to prepare like mainline stuff. So instead, he prepares these like second-rate openings really well. But yeah, that's probably going to help you to play the middle game and other stages of the game better by handicapping yourself in the beginning. Just kidding. I like to tease him. I don't know what I hate more. You find ways to irritate me. Yeah, you only come on simul Sundays, right? No, you've been here a lot lately. Guys, listen. Tomorrow, at Bob's suggestion, we're gonna be playing. Ooh, the F4. I could have prevented that. I had this really strong desire to turn into like a Benko and play G5 or something. You could do a grob like grobbing G5. G5 takes H6. It's pretty funny, man. A wing gambit. G5 takes H6. I'll probably get destroyed. But how does he respond to that? No, it's ridiculous. It would be funny for Blitz, though. What about D5? What about it? What about it? Don't you like? Boom, boom. Boom. What if I play D5? Oh no. Just conspiracy theory. There's something surreal about his stream. Oh no. There's something surreal about anybody that would call themselves FM anything, you know? FM. Frugal Master. Even IM is embarrassing. Basically, if you're not a Grandmaster, you should probably not even put our title in our stream name. But whatever. Alright. Grandmaster or nothing. Spanish. A weekend version of Shredder. Don't tell me any secrets. Self-loathing. Mr. Sohan said mysteriously, I am. Goring Gambit. Pawn to be wild, that's Summon on Sound specialty, isn't it? Being a good chess teacher is more important than being a GM. Mr. Sohan, what are you talking about? I am what? Where did that come from? I missed what Mr. Sohan was responding to. Hard to believe you think I'm solid. Well, it's all relative, right? Compared to the average maniac, Arsenal is like Peter Lako, you know. It's all relative. Please. Dude, please is not very popular around here today. I didn't see one please in the people that were like asking. A lot of sirs though. People that were asking to play, no one said please. Please dot dot dot. Damn, you guys are too polite. Too polite. Good result v UTD yesterday. Who? Say what? Oh, United. Oh, so Arsenal won? They finally won a match? Sire! Did Arsenal escape from being demoted? Move 11 is gifting a tier 1 sub to the community. Move 11, I thought you were like at the Marshall Chess Club or something. Move 11 gifted a tier 1 sub to Turkey Farm. And Mr. Slow just gifted a tier 1 sub to Row Chess Dude. Now, my question is Row Chess Dude from Romania or Rochester? That's what I'm not sure. He could be from Romanian or Romulan space. He could be from Romania, but he could be from Rochester, New York. Because I wasn't sure which one it was. Kramnik and Kasparov played Scotch. I didn't realize Kramnik played the Scotch, really? Well, he didn't play it a lot, if he did. Romania, okay. Yeah, I always like think of Rochester when people do Row. And it's like Chess Dude. But if you're like from Europe, you wouldn't even know what I'm talking about. He could also be a Rock and Esserman fan. Wait, what does that have to do with Esserman? You see, saying please helps a lot. You learned your lesson. Bishop F5. God, you guys are keeping me busy here. Bob! Rook S, dude. What do you do against Bishop F5? Guess I'm playing C4. S, dude. The S, dude. Who's that? I've never heard of him. Eye of the Tiger. I'll start eating carrots on stream again. The guy is a freak, man. I'm sorry. Poor guy. He should tune into my stream for treatment. It's not bad enough like the pandemic, and you play chess all day long. Too, that's gotta be damaging psychologically. I've been cutting back on my chess for the sake of my mental health. What's up, Move 11? What happened? Like, did you have? I thought you went to an OTB tournament or something. You just slept in, late night. Petrov, yeah, it's boring. I know. Midded out on that Yugo guy who went to you. Oh, you're talking football. Football slang. I'm playing someone on sound attack against somebody. Wait, I'm supposed to do F4 here? Gives me a new idea. Bishop E2. Dubious question mark. Exclam. Man, yesterday I was playing poker, just on another subject, and you know how you make like a blunder in chess? I made a poker blunder. Like a huge one, like you hung your queen or something. Phew, I mean, I almost never blunder in chess or poker. I make like lots of little mistakes, but I normally don't make big ones. This crazy thing happened at like 4 in the morning when I started to get tired, that I hallucinated, and I lost like a huge pot. It was exactly like blundering a piece or hanging your queen. You think watching my stream has deviated me from a style more comparable with my personality? You want to be me, basically. But you understood. I understand what you meant. You just want to be me. I don't know, man. I mean, does chess style have to be compatible with our personality? Greetings, colleagues and associates. I guess it's irresistible, right? You can't really avoid it. Delver Flips just subscribed to tier 1. Thank you, guys. Uh-oh, Classical Kings of Dia, not good in this time control. I'm glad to see you, though. A lot of friends here today. Bob, Move 11, someone on sound, Mr. Slow. We've developed a relationship. Uh-oh, the game I lost, my only over-the-board game against, or with the story I've told too many times, but my only over-the-board game in the Budapest was this line. Oh, it could be Arsenal. Why am I saying it could be Arsenal? Did we have a game once? But I'm thinking of someone else, not Arsenal. I mean, Arsenal occasionally might play D4. But I think I'm thinking of someone else in this case. You would never play that, yeah. So, the question is, who was I thinking of? I don't remember. Deviant. Yeah, so I'm making him less deviant. By watching me, he's becoming less deviant. Sybil Dorset just couldn't help. They're so quiet normally. And their personality came out, triggered by Bob. You bring people out of their shells, Bob. That's pretty funny. I missed your joke, Arsenal. I can't pay attention to every chat. I miss a lot of stuff when the chat is scrolling like Hikaru's stream here. Maybe I'm helping Bob become a little bit more grounded. Less extreme. Less extremely perverted. He's only mildly perverted now. What if we traded queens on move 11? He's got to be physically ill on that, right? He's going to hate himself in the morning when he trades queens on move 4. I mean, I've come out, actually advocating against doing that exchange of pawns to trade queens. but objectively against someone on sound. A lot of Catalans. Classical Roy Lopez. I had a friend who is no longer a friend who used to play this. Did I hear a queen trade move 4? Schieberspieler, good to have you with us. It looked like your team did okay in your division too. I checked your result, but not enough. So MTK won the division, your division. Is that right? I thought that was pretty crazy. You won your last 5 matches, I noticed. You guys were sort of almost in contention at some point. Not a bad team. Fun to be wild says Carlson plays London. Let's talk about football. But I thought it was crazy that MTK won. You know, if you consider the fact that the team captain, like Kale Gabor, died, it's kind of like a nice tribute to him. But I guess they were one of the favorite teams, right? It's a strong team. Tragedy about Kale, but I don't know the details. That was a while ago, months and months ago, when he passed away. So what is this? What did I do here? I did d6. Why would I play that move? Oof. Alright, well anyway, I don't know why I played d6, but it's not that bad. I also don't know why. I'm doing a lot of weird stuff today. Why did I play d5 here? Why ask why? Why am I playing these moves? Boost your gain. Oh, I don't know how to do that, man. Stop. I had this weird sensation. I think Bob was one of those AV guys in high school. He was one of the nerds from the AV club. It just occurred to me. Weren't you? Oh, it's probably my it must be my Windows. Let me check. Boost your gain. Be a nerd, Bob. AV club nerd. They got all the girls in high school. Alright. Let's check this out. Sound settings. It's just Microsoft effing with me. I'm sure. No. It's not. It's not my sound settings in Windows. That's weird. I don't understand. What is it? What's with my sound? What happened? That's really creepy. Yeah, it's not right. It's like there's a sound setting problem, but I can't find it. Why does this have to happen when I'm trying to play? Let's try our crappy speakers. Hello. Still not working. But there's no explanation for this. Hello. There we go. Hello. It's still down, right? I used to be able to troubleshoot it, but I can't figure it out in this case. Hello? Who will have an audio visual? You didn't have like the nerds in high school who like had to like wheel the TVs like around the classrooms and multimedia and stuff. The guys who did the multimedia. You didn't have that in like high school? Well, I just hung a pawn here. Ooh, whirl attack. Where did that come from? Ooh, the ambulance. I never see the whirl attack, and I don't even play e4, e5. Bishop c5, take, knight takes e5. Can I do that? Yeah, everybody has an audio-visual club. It's gotta be a universal. Device properties. Test your microphone. Troubleshoot. Manage sound devices. I'm like wasting my time here, screwing with this. I don't understand why. I see what you're talking about though. The volume is lower than it should be, but I don't have a reason why. A microphone device properties volume is on 100%. It's down on 88 when I have this problem. It's not. Hello. There we go. It's better now. It's better now. It just magically fixed itself. Without even doing anything. Yeah. What the bleep is that? All I did was like yell and it like fixed itself. It's another Microsoft bug. Wow, I got right now. Ooh, 11. I mean, Mr. So just got blasted. Sound high now. I don't understand. I didn't change anything, and it just like magically fixed itself. What's up with that? Alright, I don't know what I'm doing here. Who is this? Playing the white side? It's Mr. Slow, of course. Oh, alright. Guess number 2. Save a dog? What? Now, hey, it's Miro. Move 11. No. Yeah, move 11. Hey, it's Miro. Mr. Slow, and now Save a Dog plays this line of the Rosalimo. That's like you're like the 4th or 5th person to play this. Tonat Min played against me because I'm so predictable. And I almost, narrowly didn't... I narrowly, saved the game against him a couple years ago. This variation is terrible. I have a terrible score here. Whoa. Alright. The Catalan? I think it was, yeah, Solar Flare. Such a sci-fi nerd, Mr. Coffee. Bob, what clubs were you in high school? I want to know about Bob's extracurricular activities in high school. We learn a lot about a person by analyzing their high school extracurricular activities. Of course, it's different in other countries, probably. Bob was in an audio-visual club. We'd like to get our hands on his high school yearbook. How was your yearbook picture, Bob? Alright, guys. I'm way too distracted. Need to focus. We're getting low on time. What's going on here? It's like the Queen's Gambit accepted with the bishop on f5. Mr. Coffee donated today some bits. We had 8 gift subs from Mr. Slow, 0 gift subs from Bob, and anyone else for that matter. So feel free to donate a gift sub. Get in on the gift sub action. Acerbate, no way. We got him finally playing the Cook Crane. Oh my god, it's not. Again, a bad guess. I don't believe it. I misguessed again. Bad Grunfeld player played the Coke Crane. Now somebody played... I had a Grunfeld reversed last week. You dropped out of school in 7th grade? But you got your GED? Interesting. You missed high school? No wonder you're so perverted. You just skipped high school. That must have a really weird social effect. Well, I'm not a Petrov expert or anything, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to present like the best possible refutation of the Cochrane. But I'll try my best. But I was disappointed. I thought it was Asterbait. Second time we've seen A6 in the panel the other day. Like this happened. Who was that against? It's a strange move. Why don't I see a move list? Oh, because we're in Zen mode? Is that weird, guys? Can anybody like comment on this with me? Why is there no move list? Does that seem weird to you? Wait, American public schools are not the best. Well, I mean, it totally depends. You know? That's not a fair statement. I mean, it actually, in some places they're very good, in some places they're very bad. I mean, I imagine honestly, Bob, it's like all over the map. You know? Very hard to make a statement like that. Like from state to state, from county to county, even from town to town, I imagine it's totally variable. You know, some are horrible and some are great. I mean, A6 I had enough, man, like teaching chess in the schools. Good thing Bob wasn't in my school, my class. That would have been a nightmare. What do you do with this stuff? A6 is interesting idea. Gotta come up with something new here. Now I'm playing the white side of the summon on sound. Dude, I can play the exact same position. Do I push or do I play D3? B summon on sound. It's like being John Malkovich. I think I was lucky. I had a good public school system. But on the other hand, like an interesting thing happened with my I realized something interesting. Basically, in my graduating class, we realized that no one from my high school had ever gone into an Ivy League school, even though the schools had been around for like 70 or 80 years or something. No one had ever gone to an Ivy League school from my high school. And then like the year after my graduating class, someone got into Princeton. But it was like, it's like discrimination, you know? It's just crazy. You can't go to an Ivy League school if you've gone to a public school. And no one from that public school has ever been in an Ivy League school. They put too much emphasis on that. What am I doing here? We're all over the map. Conversationally. So, right. Playing poker badly. Keep the, elitism intact. I applied to no Ivy League schools because I didn't see a point, basically. If no one in the history of your high school has ever gotten into Harvard, Princeton, Yale, etc., what's the sense of applying? I guess, and like, it's not like, maybe I would if I was like first in my class or something, but it's interesting that the class after mine, a guy got into Princeton. Really kind of ironic. I think my best friend, who was a chess master, who taught me how to play chess, actually got waitlisted at Princeton as well. That's just like a nice way of saying no. I thought it's just too small of a school, It was just a small school, and don't know. I really don't know the details. Just a smaller school. It's not like I went to a school where there were like thousands of students. Some big school district. So it basically took like 70, 80 years for someone from my high school, from my school district, to get into an Ivy League school. Even though I think it was an above average school system. Rigorous testing. Let's talk about chess. This A6 is such an interesting idea, but very slow. So I should try to play actively against that. They favor high schools where parents have more money. I should have applied to the University of Pennsylvania. My grandfather went to the University of Pennsylvania, which is an Ivy League school. I mean, he graduated from University of Pennsylvania. But it was like 100 years, it was like 80 years before I was born or something. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm exaggerating. Something like that. It just didn't seem relevant, Hey, my grandfather went to University of Pennsylvania. Let me in. Knight takes e4. My grandfather went to University of Pennsylvania in 1900, He's an alum. Doesn't seem particularly relevant in like 1990. I didn't really want to go to school in Philadelphia. I have like an older father who had an older father. It just seems so distant. And he was like destroyed by the Depression. Not like he was some successful businessman. He lost everything. One of Penn's greatest graduates. Utterly destroyed by the Depression. My grandfather lost everything. Let me in. What are we gonna do? Seriously. Knight f7, queen h5, queen e2. How about queen e2? Go to community college. Well, I think just like going to the library and studying every day is probably our best bet. Educate yourself. Okay, easier said than done. Yeah, I wish I had waited, Mr. Coffee, and gone to college later. I made a big mistake, personally. I went to college when I was 17. And I wasn't, like, emotionally mature. Well, I just wasn't as mature as the other people who were, like, a year older than me. That was really weird. I wish I had waited and maybe, but what would you do? What are you going to do in that interim if you don't go to college? That's the question. I was too overwhelmed socially. And I didn't concentrate on studying enough. If I had gone to college when I was 30, I would have appreciated it way, way more. Absolutely. But the question is, what are you going to do, Get involved in drugs? C4. Yeah, of course, Bob. I oversimplify things by saying you should just go to the library and study books. But in my case, I was like socially overwhelmed. I wasn't ready to like seriously study. And so I didn't get that much out of it that I could have academically. Chess! Play chess! Become a professional chess player. That was my plan B. Problem is that plan A wasn't very well defined. Skewerly! College today scares me. The empowered snowflakes. Catchphrase. Yeah, what am I doing here? Playing the summon on sound. The endgame zone. Game stop. Guys, I gotta concentrate. I'm too distracted. I go play poker with people that speak purely Hungarian for like 12 hours the day before I do the stream, and I think I just like miss having conversations in English. So I started like talking about all kinds of things because I'm just like lonely, you know. Some people speak English, but I can't really have involved conversations when I'm playing poker on Friday nights in English. And then I get distracted and I'm not focusing on the chess here. Princess Chess, welcome. This is like social hour for me. How's it going, peeps? I should stop playing chess. That's not right. You should have never started. Your first mistake is starting in the first place. I'm like playing myself. Okay, knight c3. Knight d2. What do you want to do? What would someone on sound do? Sign up to be your student, then we talk about stuff and not work. Man, I love it when people pay me to just talk. I'm totally down with that. I used to feel guilty about it, but some people just need to talk, and I don't mind. Plus, I have an undergrad degree in psychology, so it's almost like I could have been a psychologist if I stuck it out for another 5 or 6 years. Or 4. Yeah, 6. I don't know. How long would it take me to get a doctorate in psychology? But at least I have some background, you know, in doing. If you're gonna pay me to talk, it's cool. All right. Knight c3. I don't want to block my bishop. I didn't want to block this pawn, but screw it. Skewerly. Skewerly. Bob, ever that can stir the pot, Bob. Woke virus disease. Just, it's like a Nerf gun. Just like shoot whatever you can fire and see what sticks in the chat. Bob's just wildly firing his chat Nerf gun, trying to just hit something. Maybe I can touch a nerve somewhere. Conversion theory is not a conversation that's like close to my heart. What did lichess do? Did they block you? Whoa, bishop c4 check. Yep. Oh no. It's not a lichess blog post, Arsenal fan. You understand that, right? Like you can write like blog posts too. Arsenal, why don't you do far right blog posts and post them? Or chess conspiracy blog posts. That's not a lichess blog post. That's somebody who made a blog post. No, but it's not right that you say it's a lichess blog post. It's not, you know. It's a blog post. I don't agree with it or not agree with it, but you're wrong to actually say that's like, I mean, it's on lichess, but you're making it sound like that's like an official lichess blog post or something. You know, it's deceptive. That's just some random person's blog post. You know, just want to clarify that. Anyone that like misunderstood Arsenal fans, that's a random person. All right. It should be on the front page. Bob, Arsenal, do you understand how that works? I'm assuming that the ones on the front page are the ones that are viewed the most. Okay? Do you understand? I think there's like an algorithm. Because there are no other ones. You know what I mean? If there were like 20 others that were there, that wouldn't be the first one. You're just like... Yeah, you're making assumptions. Everyone's out to get you. Take away your masculinity. Arsenal, why don't you like get your testicles tanned or something? Can we talk about Tucker Carlson and testicle tanning? They're trying to take away your manhood. I don't know, man. It's a crazy world we live in. They're gonna take away your right to have your testicles tanned. When we get like, we're getting me distracted. Going sideways fast. I had to ban the political discussion already. But don't bring your anti-woke stuff here, you know. This is not the place to complain. That's all I have to say. You know. I admit that I'm on the liberal side, but it doesn't mean that, you know, this is the place to come and bring all your complaints and be like Elon Musk or something. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to pick on Arsenal or something, but seriously, if you need an outlet, don't use my stream as a place to complain. You pointed out some NM with an unfound, but why are you doing it on my stream? What does my stream have to do with some NM stupid blog post, you know? Why are you bringing that up on my stream, I guess is my question. I just don't even bring it up. I don't know, you know? Like I'm associated with it or something. But I think everybody should have a right to make the blogs they want to make, you know? You talk to lichess about how they decide what goes, you know, what order those blogs are shown. I'm not saying I like it or agree with their blog post, you know, maybe I didn't like it, you know? But I think you have to know the facts first. I have the feeling that those blog posts are posted by like popularity. You know, the most people liked it, so that's how it goes to the top. If you guys like other blog posts, you know, then those will be on the front page. I'm just saying that I think that's how it works. If you don't like it, then go vote for some other ones, you know. It's a free country. It's not like lichess is forcing our woke agenda. You know, it's forcing a woke agenda on everybody. No, I don't think so. I doubt they have too many blog posts at all. It takes a lot of work to make like a chess blog. Like I honestly, whether I agree with it or not, I appreciate the work they put into doing those blog posts. That takes a lot of time and energy, you know. I just don't have time to do that. I would love to do a blog, but it's too much work, you know. Yeah, Sparkle Mark, Sparkle Marks, and Arsenal Hitler. Yeah. I mean, I hate Elon Musk. I just want to say that. I don't know why that just had to come out. But, it's not a conspiracy. I think that they just post the blogs that had the most likes or whatever. There just aren't enough blogs. I certainly don't have time to make one. Arsenal should do a blog. Bob, why don't you spend your time thinking of a blog topic for Arsenal to do? Anti-woke conspiracy agenda. I'm distracted, guys. What is this? This was the weird. He played e5. That should be good for me. What do I play here? Bishop e5 check is driving me nuts. Maybe it's not a problem. Like, I could just play knight d7. I was panicking about it. Anti-lies and insanity. Me too. I'm anti-chaos. I like order. Yeah, I'm anti-lies. I only lie if it's absolutely necessary. If there's no other choice. I've been known to lie on occasion, like most people. I think I'm on the average there. I'm average. What am I doing? What is this? Main line, Sveshnikov? Why does this position feel wrong? Oh, I'm supposed to play Queen A5 check? No, this is normal. I'm just so not used to playing. I'm so not used to playing the Sveshnikov. We're way behind on the clock. We really got stirred up now. No politics anymore. Sorry, I pushed the conspiracy button. Yeah, dude, but you're like sending me messages from like stuff that's in the checkout aisle at the supermarket. If I wanted to read like the Hollywood Sun, I would like stop and pick up a copy when I'm checking out at the supermarket. You don't need to send me posts about that. I mean, I love you, but do you guys have that in other countries, or is it just the United States that like has the tabloids in the checkout aisle at the supermarket? I know, Arsenal. I have a subscription to the New York Times, the Washington Post. I respect that. That's cool, dude. But that's not what I'm talking about. You sent me a message from like something that looked like it was from I don't know what, man. I was afraid there was like a virus attached to it the other day. I don't mind if you send me articles from the Washington Post, obviously. And I do read the Washington Post and the New York Times. It was the other thing that concerned me, and I was like scanning my hard drive for viruses when I clicked that link you sent me. Yeah, Bob. Go Bezos. Okay, then. Bob, can you help out here a little? Maybe help Arsenal focus on the chess a little more. The what zone? The Twilight Zone? Wait, pawn takes pawn? Pawn takes pawn. Rook e8. I'm a chess player with a mild interest in politics. What can I do? But let's try to keep it on chess here. This is probably Mr. Slow, that King's Indian. Bishop d7 is kind of a weird move in the semi-tires. We wasted way too much time. But it's Bob's fault. It's always Bob that does it. Bob shows up and I'm down to an hour. Bob and Arsenal combined. Not a good combination for my time situation. I love how I just accept I'm a pawn down in the reverse Grunfeld. Where? What do you mean I'm a pawn down? Did White take the pawn on d5 with his white squared bishop? Wait, you're going to give up your white squared bishop on d5 for nothing? The bishop's worth like 4 pawns, so technically I'm not losing a pawn. It's just another form of valuing material. God, we can talk about chess finally. How about rook c1? Yeah, this is exactly, I mean, HTFP, are you like researching my games or something? Like you played the variation that I lost. Arsenal? Isn't this the exact same game as with you? With a whole bunch of people I've had this line. I love it when people play like f5 and get crushed with queen h4 check in these type of positions. Maybe. You don't actually... Dude, you realize you're giving up a white square bishop on d5, right? Like you have holes all over the white squares. It's... You're being materialistic to say that I'm just down a pawn in a reverse Grunfeld. I mean, I think that's slightly materialistic. That piece is... It's an extremely strong piece. Materialism is overrated. I mean, I had to make a judgment. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's not like I just like gave you a pawn for nothing. Maybe I shouldn't rush with this b4 thing here. Now that's a pawn. I mean, this is much more of a pawn, right? Here I'm not giving up like a white square bishop to win a pawn. Mr. Ponda. Keep him in line, Mr. Coffee. Mr. Coffee's not doing his job here. He should have banned Bob and Arsenal by now. Bob, what's the ban number up to? Material Girl. Man, I watched it last night at poker. They're always watching like MTV or VH1, like retro stuff, and there was Madonna video. The thing that bothered me, the video quality was so bad in those old MTV videos. Trash television though. It's horrible. It's a pretty sad world we live in when Madonna seems like a legitimate musical artist. It doesn't speak well for modern music. Like Madonna's pretty good, you know. Now it's just... It wasn't the Black Jesus video. I remember that from high school. Actually, that's really funny. I remember watching that video in one of my best friend's houses. This is funny. Maybe it was the first time I saw it. I don't know. Where am I going to put my king here? Yeah, pop music always sucked. You won't disagree. Yeah, you don't disagree on that. Pop music always sucked. That's what pop music is. It's music that sucks, basically. The definition of pop music is music that's popular but sucks. Yeah, if you take Madonna and compare her to, you know, Britney Spears, then things are getting worse, right? Madonna almost has talent. Queen c4 check. What about like Kanye West? Well, Kanye West, I guess, is a genius compared to a lot of pop musicians. He makes, they make Kanye West look good. Seriously, I mean, it depends on your... I like that we're talking about music now, though. At least it's slightly less controversial. Like, I don't like Kanye West, but I guess he has some kind of artistic sense. I don't really appreciate it that much. Compared to the other pop musicians of the era, it makes him look good. I mean, but when you're competing against like musicians who don't even know anything about music, all they do is sell sex in their videos, it's like, well, there isn't much to compete with, I mean, I guess like Lady Gaga is like Picasso compared to most pop musicians, right? But it's not a very tough crowd. Yeah, you're selling sex to teenagers. It's not about music. When did music stop being about music? I guess some point in the 90s, 80s. I don't know. I think music videos changed everything for the worse. That's really where I think that's where it started to fall apart. That's where music started to fall apart, when we have like music videos. Because now it's about videos. It's not really about the music anymore. I never watch MTV, but like watching yesterday made me, it was very thought-provoking. What do I do here? Video killed the music star, right? Exactly. Whatever it is, VH1? I don't know. I want to play F5, but that seems crazy. I really literally don't know what to do in this position. How am I going to defend my e-pawn? This is a strange position. I literally do not know what to do. Queen e7 maybe. Best I come up with. I feel safer. We're much safer with this music discussion. $2.15 in China. You're in China? Fire up the VPN. I actually did lessons with someone. I've had a couple of Chinese students. One was an American who lived in China. Okay, what are we going to do here? The plan was to play rook e8. Let's just do it. So here's our materialist. Interestingly, white has used like no time for the entire game. Coincidence? Should I sack a second pawn? I don't think I can do that. It looks like f6 is objectively... I mean, I'm not saying, like, you're not right. Like, maybe I don't have enough compensation for that pawn, but to just, like, take it for granted that it's good for you isn't right either. Wow, who's playing the black side of this? And a6 doesn't look good. You're supposed to play, like, a break. What am I supposed to do now? Get this pawn back? Doesn't seem right to take it with the knight. Guys, help me play faster. Knight d2. That's like a 2700 style move. Geary plays knight d2. So exciting. So I'm going to take this pawn, the master of greed. Jane's addiction. You're not going to claim like Jane's addiction is James. Jane's addiction isn't hair metal. What are you talking about? Dude, Perry Farrell is crazy. I saw him when he was performing like solo. What a maniac. He was drinking like bottles of wine during the show. I gotta move faster. Let's see. You gotta meet Slash. Guns N' Roses. One of the only metal bands. If you know, they have their own category though. I don't think that Guns N' Roses can really be put in a category. They shouldn't be like lumped in a category with metal or something. You know, they deserve their own musical category. Look at this, Bishop e6. Keep the pawn, bro. We had a vote. What was it? Several weeks ago, where there were two players named Axel. And what was the other one? Was Mr. Coffee still here? But nobody voted for Axel. We had a name vote. I thought that everyone would vote for Axel. Oscar and Axel, and everyone chose Oscar. I was like, what? Sesame Street like wins against Guns N' Roses? That's just not right. Who likes the name Oscar? I want to know who was responsible for that. You're picking Sesame Street over Guns N' Roses. That just doesn't seem right. What is this? It's ice cream at a poker game. Things that don't go together. Yeah, I think about A4. I'm thinking about it. I was thinking about B3 too. B3 is really controversial. I just don't know what to do. I'm just gonna make a random move. The Greek mammoth? What? Guys, I'm too distracted. What are you guys talking about? Bob, what is the Greek mammoth? Snuffleupagus. Oh. Wait, why is Snuffleupagus? I was never clear if it was Snuffleupagus. Snuffleupagus. Wait, why is it Greek again? Why is Snuffleupagus Greek? B3 takes balls. Yeah, I mean, I would play it if it was a blitz game. It was my first reaction, Skewerly. People are way too materialistic. Not just too materialistic, like, it's probably like one of the #1 chess problems. Because people, start out being materialistic. They never outgrow their materialism. That's the problem. Playing the white side of the the summon on sound attack here. Unleash the inner beast. Ooh, I think I just miscalculated. Alright, whatever. What do I want to do? Whoever this is pretty good, right? I feel like I'm playing princess chess again. The patient Joko piano player using -5 minutes. This is Vasily Stan. Oh, snap. Yeah, 2200 bullet. Wait, 2200 bullet, 2091 blitz, 2135 rapid, and 1716 in classical. Dude, what's up with your classical rating? You just resigned all your games because you were bored? This is obviously a good player. They're playing very solidly and using 0 time. But please don't do pre-moves, okay? That's all I ask. Don't pre-move and pretend it's a bullet game. I'll just resign if people do that. This is we're not here to play bullet, so please don't play bullet. Don't start playing bullet. What about e5? E5 knight g4. Sheeverspiller's still here. He's a true diehard fan. What's up with school, Sheeverspieler? You want to sack the exchange? Nah. Alright. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm getting scared though. I think something weird happened there. I made a mistake with c takes d4, looks like, in that Petrov. So I won a pawn, but I did not trade off my good bishop in the process. Basically, it's a Mora reversed. The moral of the Mora. Who is this, by the way? Sacking that pawn. Bishop d7 was a really strange move. They kind of hung the pawn. I mean, they didn't really sack it. They just blundered a pawn. So what about bishop c4? There's some traps. Take, check, bishop d2. Take. I'm hallucinating. Wow. I actually hallucinated. I could play bishop c4. I mean, I'm triple attacked here. Glad you dig it. Can you dig it? Mr. Slow. Got him. Our #1 gift subber. We couldn't misidentify him. We've played this variation before. Mr. Slow was like a master of this. Your last serious semester. Well, what happens after that? Another Catalan. Yeah, the Schieberspieler variation, no? Wow, this is Schieber's line. Isn't it A6? Speaking of Schieberspieler, we're facing his favorite variation. I mean, whatever. You know, you're materialist. What happened? Where's my other games? Ooh, I'm lagging. Woo, I'm lagging. Woot woot. Now what do I do? The master of the end game. Masters of the universe. I guess I have to move my knight. What other move is there? I castled queenside. What? I forgot to play rook b8. Last time I played rook b8 against somebody, I thought. Oh, it's Arsenal. No, it's Camille. Yeah, Arsenal said he played the Catalan. He said it was a Catalan. He's telling the truth. A4 is probably like main line. Though I've never played this myself. I'm supposed to like take and play A5 or something? I haven't played the Sveshnikov since I was like 12 years old. But I like it. I'd like to play the Sveshnikov, but it would take a lot of work, I think, to learn it objectively. And a lot of people know the theory. I wish I had played rook b8 instead. So takes, I think I'm supposed to take. Bishop d5. Unprovoked. What do you do if I play rook e1, for example? You're going to have to play like knight e4. I take on d5, and I'm kind of locked in. What if I play b3? Sack a pawn now. There's queen c2. Oh. Queen c2, knight a6, e4. Of course, he could always retreat it. Queen c2, knight a6, a3. He can win another pawn with bishop f3, bishop f3. I mean, the dude has like no development here. Wow, bishop f4. Knight takes e4, bishop takes c1, knight d6. Bishop takes b2. Knight takes e8. Bishop takes a1. That's a crazy variation. Well, we'll think about it later. Who's playing the Stonewall attack? What is this? Who even plays the Stonewall attack? Another suspicious game. I like how Schieberspieler's, all of Schieberspieler's games are like 0 cent upon loss. But he's suspicious of other people. You literally have the lowest CPL on lichess. Just kidding. Alright. It's a stylistic thing. What about bishop h3? I have bishop h3. Bishop h3, it's for me. I like bishop h3. Why is that not a decent move? So, alright, yep. 20 minutes. And yeah, I'm accusing him of everything, Bob. Schieberspieler is probably guilty of murdering JFK. I'm just saying he has a very clinical style, so he's like an expert on low CPL. But I think some intrigue is good here. Yeah, maybe Schieberspieler's he's really a computer. He uses his computer in over the board games too. That's why he's a FIDE master. Spends a lot of time in the bathroom, I heard. Bishop h4. Can you do that? g5, take. I don't think that works. I'm going to try this. Time to start guessing. Alright. Thanks. I guessed that I don't know who this is. Wonderboy2222. Alright, I guessed correctly that I don't know who that is. Good job, me. Okay, this is crazy. It's like black's got 8 minutes left. That's probably a me-boy. Ooh, how did I do that? I'm a genius. It's natural. He studies Schieberspieler's games, obviously. That's 3. A serious student of Schieberspieler. Now this is like someone who wants to play the Mora Gambit with both colors or something. Well, I guess I have to take with the knight. We saw who this was. Not a player I could have identified, per se. Now what? What happens if I just play like knight e7? He plays knight b4 and starts gunning for my pawn? I have the feeling like I'm supposed to play a5 or something. But it's bad to just like blindly follow what you think is the theory without having any idea what you're doing. What is this? Acerbates playing d4? I bet this is the guy who like resigned the other simul game. No. Coprolite, who's 2200, is down to 5 minutes. Alright. You weren't focused. We're playing against the good old Tivyakov attack. The Tivyakov. Now what? F5? What happens on F5? There's some way he can attack me? I'm not seeing it. What is it? You have a tactic? Could I have played knight takes e3 there? Oh, you just took on e4. This loses material. Someone make a blunder. Yes. Finally a blunder. They didn't go for bishop g4 as expected. Alright, now we're going to take this at some point. But what point is that? At what point do we take that pawn? Now? Right about now. Oh shit, Arsenal had the board open and you did a move 11. You did the move 11. Oh man, that sucks. Sorry, dude. Yeah, I don't want to win games by that. But you're here for the chat anyway. Come for the chat, stay for the chess. I'm here for the social side of things anyway. Mr. This is like oh man, you gotta be careful. Just pretend you're playing Summon Unsound. Be careful is always good advice, right? For any occasion. I should just go back knight c3, then he has knight a5. Then I fork him, he plays knight b3, I play rook b1. Fork you. Fork University. That'd be awesome. Start a university called Fork University. That should be my like chess site name. That's too funny. Enroll now in Fork U. Online chess training. Too hilarious, right? That would be awesome. B4. B4. Knight b4. Pawn b4. Bishop b4 check. Who's playing the Nimzovich? Like, seriously. Yeah, they heard you. Yeah, you're talking shit about their blog post. We'll show you. Now that's what you get for talking shit about the blog posts. Getting my pawn back, damn it. Guys, we're just guessing our last guesses. Thanks, Schieberspieler, for stopping by. Good luck with school. Say what? Wow. Wow, knight e5? Master of tactics? So he's like got bishop g5? What? Wow, that's crazy. Take knight d7? Man, whatever. Really strange idea. Alright, now what do? King f7? Go for a walk in the park? How's the weather? Nice weather we're having. I mean, I guess King f7 isn't that bad. He has another check on b7. We have two options. It's a lot of options. Now that's a lot of options to consider. On the phone with my attorney. Playing the anti Summon Unsound. File for bankruptcy, Bob, like Alex Jones. I'll just file for bankruptcy. Get out of it. Start a new company. did I do? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, is that it? I don't think I saw that. Is that Astrobate? There was this really horrible movie on television last night. Called The Machete or something. Does anybody know what that is? It was like a horrible comedic meme movie with all these celebrities in it. It's like, what is that? That's what we degenerated to? What am I going to do with this guy? You know how good he is. How dangerous this character is. Right? Knight g3, h5, here it comes. Bishop e2, h4. I don't even have time for knight h1. I don't think that's right. I'm going to have to play knight c1, I think. Then he has like a kingside attack. Maybe I'm supposed to play knight f4 here? Maybe that's the secret? Is this one of those weird positions where I'm supposed to play knight f4? What happens after knight e5? Bishop e2. If black plays g5, my knight's only square is h3. And then you have bishop takes h3, pawn h3. But your king side is kind of compromised. Alright, anyway, this is Mr. Slow, we know that. Alright, I only guessed 3 games, but I gotta stop guessing now. This is our last round of guessing. Guess this, bro. I know we've played this position before. Oof. Wow. This doesn't look good for black. How can you possibly have time to do that? Phew, wow. It's like the ultimate Albin. I don't know though. I have no win. D6. D6 has to win. Why is it so difficult to see obvious moves? Yesterday I hung my queen in a poker game. I didn't tell you guys what I did, but it was so embarrassing. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. We agreed that we would stop. We have like 6 players playing poker at 4 o'clock in the morning. And we're going to play for like 15 more minutes. And we're playing Omaha. If anybody's interested in poker, it's just bear with me for a second here. So, Mr. Coffee and the other players who understand poker, what happened was we're playing 5-card Omaha. Everybody has 5 cards. It's a lot of cards. There's a lot of possibilities. I had pocket 8s in my 5 cards. And like low pairs and smaller pairs are very dangerous in Omaha. But it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm tired. The flop comes like queen, 8. And I have 2 8s in my hand. And some other cards. Nothing special. I don't remember what I had. But it didn't really matter. I know I didn't have high cards like an ace or a king. I had 8 8 with no ace or king. And basically I flopped a full house. 8's full of queens. It's probably good. So I bet. Everyone folds to one player who raised me. And I had this weird hallucination. It was like hanging your queen in chess. I don't understand. maybe because I haven't been playing poker much lately, but I just assumed that the only hand that beat me was quad queens. I have no idea why. It was the weirdest. It was the weirdest thing. Macron won. Macaroni. Play the Macarena. Yeah. Basically, what happened was, I quickly assumed that the only hand that beats me is quad queens. And then my logic was like, oh, well, if he had quad queens, he probably wouldn't raise. So he must have, like, a queen. And, you know, if I don't play this fast, he might draw out on me, you know, with, like, queen ace or queen king or something like that. So I assumed he doesn't have 4 queens, and I'm ahead. The guy has queen 8. Everyone can see that he has queen 8. I mean, it's like, there's 1 8 left, and there's, like, you know, obviously likely to have a queen. But I couldn't, it never occurred to me that the guy can have queen 8. It was the weirdest thing. Like, it was just literally like hanging your queen in chess. I just didn't even occur to me. The most obvious thing in the world. I don't understand, you know? It was like a mental breakdown. It was terrible. Bishop b3. Look at this. Weird play. It's like you don't see your queens hanging, you know? My only excuse was that I was tired, but it's still really weird. Yeah, but I mean, the nuts is quad queens, you know? And I'm like, clearly he doesn't have the nuts. He would probably just call. Nobody's, like, raising on a flop with the nuts, probably. With quad queens. But I mean, why can't I think... How can I not, like, realize that queen 8 is a hand, you know? Like, there's only 3 8s out. I don't know what I was thinking. It's crazy. It's the craziest hand ever. He had bluffed me in a big pot recently. I figured he has a queen. Why did I not realize he can have queen 8? He has 5 cards in his hand. Like, I didn't know there's another queen in the deck and another 8 in the deck, or what, you know? I'm, like, drawing dead. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's, like, the worst hand ever. Even if it was just normal 4-card Omaha, it's a joke. Like, clearly the guy has queen 8. I would normally, like, probably, like, just fold. If it wasn't a player who would bluff me. You can't just fold. So you have to, like, call him and then, like, decide to fold or what on the turn. It was a poker blunder. Oh, he had bluffed me, like, some big pots, tried to bluff me in big pots. So he could easily be bluffing. But to not realize the guy has queen 8 is, like, insane. I mean, it's obviously extremely likely. He's practically playing face up, and I couldn't even see it. He might as well show me his cards. And he could have just had a queen, but in that case he probably would have just called. It was sick, man. I was so lucky. I lost a huge amount of money and almost won it all back in, like, the last 10 minutes. Just by complete luck. I won most of my money back. I lost a massive pot. Man, this is an annoying position. Alright, I guess I have to play the e5 here. I mean, that's embarrassing when you, like, hang your queen. There's the tranquilizer. Tranquilizer reading with Party 14. What's up, man? Just talking about poker blunders. Experienced players don't blunder that often in any game. My greatest strength is usually not blundering, probably. I just make lots of small mistakes on a regular basis. Tranquilizer Grandmaster from Romania, Vital Levente. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. Alright, we're done. Thank you. We're done. I can't spend any more time thinking about rest time. Remind me of my rest time. Rest area. Yeah, this is getting critical. I'm down to 45 minutes. Thank you. Mate! Super Sebi inexplicably dropping mate. Very strange. But I mean, speaking of blunders, right? Who am I to say a blunder is strange? Could I have sacked the exchange? Sorry, it just never occurred to me there. How about like taking here? Damn. That's not a bad exchange sack, actually. But I think he takes the rook and then forces an exchange of bishops with like bishop b5. I would have probably... Guys, check out Tranquilizer. I would, We need some help from Tranquilizer. I'm playing the black side of the Roy Lopez. Because I don't know what the bleep I'm doing. I know in the world you're supposed to like play d5 at some point. Tranquilizer, thank you for the raid, man. Thanks for being around, dude. Our loyal streamer friends. Tranquilizer, Schieber, Spieler. Here today. Gone tomorrow. Just kidding. Just kidding. This is a bad move. Don't do it. That is a bad move. But I'm panicking. Starting to panic. Take a proper look post game. This is Asterbait. I would have guessed him, but we talked too much today. Knight there. Alright, first off, I really need to cover the e3 square. Pirate blundered. Second blunder. If you want to know how GM calculates tactics, he's doing puzzle survivals frequently. It's eye-opening. Don't ask me to do puzzles. You can leave that to Trank. The puzzle survivalist. Wonder Boy. What is Wonder Boy's actual strength? He likes the A5. I should have done something about that. That's kind of invasive. Save a dog with Queen C2. Just a solid, safe, everyday move. Nothing major. Did I blunder yet? An excellent calculator. Thank you. I'm not bad. But sometimes I'm just not looking for stuff. You know, that's the biggest problem. My biggest problem, obviously. I better take this. Wow, that was unexpected. Someone sound went back to f4. I thought he was gonna keep the f6 pawn under surveillance. Surveillance state. How about a6? a6 gel. He's starting bishop g4. He's starting mate in 1 with knight b5, knight takes a7. That's his real plan. Wait. Okay, bishop b5 is not a threat. Bishop e5 is not a threat, but there are threats. Threat-ish stuff. Bishop g4 is the big thing. Don't really like that. This dude is... Dude, man. The positional summon on sound. Thanks for the raid from Tranquilizer. To be fair, I gotta focus on the games. Mentally handicapped, chess is not easy. So Macron won. Was it a landslide? How did they have an election so fast? Damn, dude. In America, like, it takes, like, days to sort out the election, and it's, like, done. How can they, like, have an election and have the results in, like 6 hours or something in France? Stop the steal! It's a landslide? Wow. So much for the pundits who claimed it would be really close this time. $58.42. Yeah, they were predicting like 54-40 or 55-45, or I don't know. I wouldn't call it a landslide, but it's a decisive victory. Politics and elections aren't the same thing. We don't talk about Arsenal fan. How can you not have any idea about these people? They've been around forever. It's only France. Le Pen's only been trying to become president of France for like 17 years or something. She's like new kid on the block. You're just not interested in it. Admit it. The truth is, you're not interested. Just be honest. Okay, what am I doing here? Screw it. I don't know. I don't know, man. This player is, it was curious the way they dropped that pawn earlier. Now they've got all this pressure. Don't like the pressure. Kind of paralyzed here. Almost the same game. You're copying someone else. I don't know, whenever I play this variation against Mr. Slow, it feels like I'm a tempo down. Anytime I've ever played it myself with black. Slendrina. Maybe Slendrina is really Uber driver? Could that be it? Isn't it Uber driver that likes this variation? That's what it is. Maybe we have another conspiracy theory. I thought Uber driver and what's his face? Merle Dixon were the same person. Okay, obviously I looked at this. For some reason, didn't think it was a big deal. Merle Dixon. Chess conspiracy theories. We're still in theory. Speaking of theories, I think we're still in Sveshnikov theories here. What am I supposed to do? Like King H8? Or Knight E7? I wish I knew how to play the Sveshnikov. It would be a bonus. Only I knew how to play the Sveshnikov. He's starting Queen A1, right? So where's my counterplay, man? Hey, man. Where the bleep is my counterplay? Have you seen my counterplay? Pat. Oh no. Pat wouldn't be PC anymore. Time for testicle tanning with Tucker Carlson. What am I doing? Arsenal, what are you talking about? You never saw Saturday Night Live? Classic Saturday Night Live? Oh, testicle tanning. No, I just heard about it this morning. I don't really do tanning. I'm too light complected. Very popular here in Hungary, though. I'm sure it's big with, like, porn stars. It sounds like something that's big with porn stars. We'll have to check with Mr. Coffee. Oof. What's my bishop doing on b6? Well, I guess I have to play d4, like it or not. Wow. Another power move. Knight takes d5? Yeah, man. Mr. Slow. We've probably already had this exact position. There was like a game where Golko beat Kasparov in the same-ish. Takes on f5. I feel like I've lost this for sure. I have f4. f4, knight g4, take, e5. Pawn takes pawn, bishop takes c5. Where's Totervin when I need him? If you play f4, there's no going back after that. What are you actually threatening? What is he threatening? What do you menace here? What are you menacing? Bob, how do you feel about testicle coloration? Like tanning, getting your testicles tanned. Were you here? You weren't here when I mentioned this earlier, were you? You missed that part of the show. We all want to know. I don't know about trading there. That's Snodge Papo, that Catalan. Arsenal bait. I always misidentify them, these A guys. It's hard to concentrate when you're like socially isolated, looking for something. Oh man, he found bishop f2. Mago. Oh no, Mago. Mago's pretty good, 2000-ish. Found bishop f2. Or is it a blunder? What do you menace? Mago. What do you menace here? If I play my king to d1, you can move the bishop away and then threaten the fork. But if I play king f1, you're Dennis the Menace. Scrotal discrimination. You discriminate on people based on the skin tone of their scrotum. You're guilty of scrotal. You might find yourself guilty of scrotal discrimination. I'm gonna get banned. Maybe I should play b5. I don't like it. I don't like this whole position, man. Got nothing here. Alright. Wow, so Dinekis is just threatening this, but who cares? It's like the Muppet Show. Oh my god. What is that? Bad Rudfeld player. I would like pay you to play that move. What am I missing? He played bishop takes f6. I was seriously thinking I was like probably lost, but nah, it's the Cochrane Gambit. Scrotal microaggression. This is a weird setup by white. I guess this is, we're probably like still in like theoretical territory. I'm gonna get butchered. The Butcher. I like, speaking of the Butcher, there's that I saw cycling. There was like a arena games on TV. There was nothing more boring than watching a bunch of people like use like, you know, stationary bicycles in a competition. Changing the subject now. There's this new Magnus Carlsen spring water meltdown tournament or whatever that they're broadcasting on lichess. Why is Eric Hansen invited? He's like 2,600. Can we just invite someone because they're like a streamer or something? It's like an enhanced Eric Rosen effect. I don't understand like why Eric Hansen is in that tournament. He's not a prodigy. He's not high rated. You know, look at those 8 players and like ask yourself, why is Eric Hansen in that tournament? But it's not about ratings. He has a shitty rating. He's like 2,605. The only thing the guy has going for him is his YouTube, like, popularity. He's in 47th place in what? What are you talking about? But I don't understand. He's only invited because he's like a chess streamer. He's not young. He's not particularly strong. You know what I mean? Compared to, you know, it's not like he's Pragnanatha. Of course they're working over. He doesn't belong in that tournament. I mean, I'm only complaining because it seems like, you know, picking people by popularity shouldn't be the way, like, you know, things go, but okay. It's like putting Eric Hansen, it's like putting Eric Rosen in a GM tournament. Like, when they had Eric Rosen in Gibraltar, it was the same thing on like a lower scale. It gets gross when we start inviting players to live tournaments because they're, you know, they're online chess influencers, basically. That's ridiculous. You know, we have our own little world here, but I shouldn't start getting invited to like live tournaments because I'm a chess influencer. It's different if you're like Hikaru and you happen to be a great player. Just my 2 cents on the whole thing. Just noticed that. I was like, wait, what doesn't fit in here? You have a great tournament, lots of talents, very strong players, and then Eric Hansen. Like, wait, he's 10 years too old to be in this tournament. I don't understand. He's 10 years too old and 100 points, like, too low rated. That doesn't make sense. Boba Fett. I mean, I'm a pundit now. Bishop takes, king takes, knight g5, sack the queen. Take. Yeah, baby. I'm going to get in trouble here. Wow, he found an amazing move. d4 triple exclam. We're not going to bite, though. Is an influencer better than a pundit? It's the same thing, right? What's the difference? It's just another word for the same thing. A pundit is an influencer with no influence. I don't know. I'm an influencer with very little influence. I'm just picking words, man. I'm just saying I didn't understand, you know, from the chess perspective, why would Eric Hansen be in that tournament? That's stupid. Just, hey, let's pick our best buddy to be... It's like picking your best buddy to be, like, your vice president of your company because he's your friend, you know. He's not qualified, but we'll just pick him because he's fun to hang out with, you know. The Meltwater... What is it? I don't care anyway. It's always weak players in some top tournaments. No, the word is like weaker. But yeah, obviously, like, but he's not even close, dude. There's literally like 1,000 people higher rated than him who could be in that tournament. No, I'm exaggerating slightly, but there are literally like 100 people who are much higher rated than the guy who could be in that place. Or younger and more talented. I have nothing against him personally, though I don't really like what I've heard about him per se. I'm not going to judge him on that. Just on chess basics, you know. Pragnanata is going to be like 2,800, you know. I mean, okay, he's like 2,580 now or something, but stream is okay. Aryan Tari? Dude, he's like 2,700. Are you kidding me? There's a difference between someone who's like 2,605 and somebody who's like 2,705. Do you know how hard it is to be 2,705 versus 2,605? The difference is massive, first of all. Secondly, like, Tari is close to Carlsen. But he is at least 2,700, and he's much younger than Eric Hansen. He's several years, like 5 years younger or something. It's not even close. Just seems like a conspiracy. So what am I doing here while I'm losing on time? I mean, objectively, I'm probably winning this position. Objectively. Jesus Christ. Not so easy. Is my queen trapped yet? Oh no. No. Arsenal, you're talking about what? Please. You know, they're gonna make me more pissed off now. I'd rather have Eric Ranson. Wow, that was a weird sort of Eric Rancid. It just came out. I don't know, you know. I would rather have him than some bullet playing kid who doesn't really have much talent. No, I mean, I don't know, man. Don't talk about bullet players. They piss me off. At least Hansen is a good, you know, player. I'll never be 2,600. Unless I buy some games or something. He's a much, much more, better chess player than Penguin I am or whatever. Bullet chess is a joke. It's not chess. That is not chess. It is something else. Maybe esports competition. I told Arsenal he has to slow down. Now he's like referencing the top bullet players in the world. Recommending them for competitions. See, this is the move I was afraid of before. That was a big mistake by me, allowing that exchange of bishops. Bishop. Your bishop. That is a good move. Pretty big. Yeah, Arsenal plays too much bullet. I heard his chess career has been destroyed by too much bullet. I'm getting in a very awkward situation here. I don't really like this. We're going to have to take defensive measures into our own hands. Uh-oh. What is your FIDE rating? We don't talk about that. You mean currently I'm trying to donate all my points to nice little kids. I managed to drop a good chunk. We don't talk about that. Closing in on 2,600. What's yours? You tell me first. You show me yours, and then I'll show you mine. Alright? I'll make a deal with you. You tell me yours, I'll tell you mine. You can't spell securing funding without fun. We don't talk about FIDE. Besides the fact that you could just look it up. But I talk about max ratings. My peak rating was like right before the FIDE card. Like, I love that too. Like, the peak rating was in 2001 or something. I love that, like, the FIDE site starts with 2002. You're telling me that's not a conspiracy theory? Why is the FIDE start showing ratings in 2002? Like that, the period between, like, 1995 or 1990 and prior to the millennium didn't exist, or there were no FIDE ratings? They don't have records that go back that far? Can anyone explain that to me? That was, like, on Pocket Fives when I had, like, a huge score. It didn't go back that far. Like, the best, like, poker ranking site, like, they stopped, like, the year after I had my best, like, online score. Dude, there's this kid playing now in tournaments here, in a tournament in Hungary from the UK. And his rating is, like, flip-flopping between, like, 2,100 and 2,400 every month. It's like, that's not possible, you know. You can't be, like, 2,400 one month and 2,100 the next. That's statistically impossible. Therefore, the FIDE rating system is broken. That's why they shouldn't have this idiotic K factor. It's crazy. What about H3? Man, this guy's playing like a genius. Seriously. Okay, I have 94. You're getting a pawn? Pawn for a piece. You can't, he's literally fluctuated. Last month he was 2150. Now he's 2440 or something. And then the month before that, he was like 2265. And the month before that, he was like 2130. You know, he's like, that's absurd. You can't have your rating like bouncing around by hundreds of points every month. The whole rating system is busted at that point. The guys playing in a tournament, man, they must be like, there was a 14-player Swiss here in Budapest this month, and the guy's like got this juicy 2400 rating. He was 2150 last month, and he gained like 200 points in like 1 month. They must have been like salivating over who gets paired with this guy. I'm gonna get like a free 6 points this round by beating this 2100, you know. And he scored like a 2200. I mean, of course, because he is a 2200. Nice juicy 6 rating points. The K factor thing is a joke, you know. 3 different K factors. Little kids going from 2400 to 2100 from 1 month to the next. It's like literally impossible. That doesn't make sense. You can't have that. Well, it'll work itself out, right? Right, but he'll be inaccurately rated forever. For half of his life. No, but he's not 2400. He's like 2200 and has a 2440 rating now. Now it's going to drop down. And next month he's going to be 2250 again. So like 90% of the time he's like totally misrated. Well, that's actually Arsenal fan Keith Arkell has some kind of theory about that, you know. Personally, I think like everyone should have 1 K factor, maybe 2 K factors. Doesn't make sense to have 3 K factors. Mate in 1. What's happening here? Why did you play knight b5? What are you doing? I was just irritated when I saw that. That's exactly an example I'm talking about. Do you know how hard it is for me to gain or lose like 10 rating points? It's no wonder, even if I tried really hard, it would take me like 3 years to get back over 2400. Do you know how many like masters I have to beat to gain like 50 rating points? It's absurd. I'd have to win like 10 games against FIDE. I'd have to like beat like 10 FIDE masters in a row to like get to 2400. Alright. Meanwhile, like little kids run around like with their rating points fluctuating by 200 points. And it's a joke. Rook takes f4. Ouch. What is going on here? He went psycho. What about like g3? Rook takes e4, bishop takes f4. Bishop takes e3. Knight takes e3 check. g3. What else can I do? Knight g3, h3. What about h3? Alright, we're out of time. How's my king? Lose a rook? That's good. Bad Grunfeld player. He's a good Petrov player, but a bad Grunfeld player. Alright guys, we're just out of time. I mean, I'm just so sick of FIDE, the World Chess Federation. I did this change.org. I signed on to a change.org petition to like change the FIDE president. I'm so sick of it. The rating system doesn't make any sense. Sandrina, why do they have like 51 seconds? Wow. Alright. I know Arkle's pissed. But I don't think like the 50 point thing, I mean the 50k factor, then everybody's gonna be like fluctuating by 100 points. Why don't we just have 1k factor where everyone has like a 30k factor or something in the middle, you know? What's wrong with that? You know the reason why they have to have the high k factors. They want little kids to reach 2400. Now the little kid reached 2400 or 2300 or whatever, he can get a title faster so they can make more money. You know, I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? They want to have more FIDE masters. More FIDE masters means more money for FIDE. It's the only reason for the high K factor. Every time someone becomes a FIDE master, FIDE gets like 50 euros or something. It's more money in the coffers. It's the only reason for it. Yeah, but Arsenal, a 2170 FM in your county, that's not unusual. That's like nothing. But is it a kid or an old man? Well, it's normal. You only have to beat 2300 to get the FIDE Master title. For an old person to drop 150 points isn't a big deal. In a few years you can do that. There's nothing strange about that. Actually, all the ratings are coming down. You know, Grandmasters are now 2300 when that never used to happen. It's now not unusual at all for GMs, older GMs, to go down in the 2300s. There's lots of GMs who have the same rating as me. Whereas it used to be like it was unheard of. Totally different now. Because the rating system was brought down, you know, there's people who are like 1100s who are like crushing 1900s and stuff. It's totally inaccurate. Because the creation of everyone has ratings down to like 900 or whatever, 500. It's lowering everybody's ratings down. Grandmasters can go down to 2300. They're losing games to 1900s who play like FIDE Masters, you know? I mean, the whole system is totally inaccurate. It used to be far more accurate. Of course, it was more limited before as well. Like, don't underestimate Grandmasters who are rated 2300. 2300 can be pretty strong. Look at me. Acerbate with knight a4, bro. That's an awesome move. Alright. I love that. Tactics? You gotta love knight a4. We're not talking about online ratings here, Faruja. Sorry. That doesn't count. Online ratings don't have any meaning. That could be like his brother, or, you know, the neighbor, or the grandmaster who's teaching him, or anything. It doesn't matter. We're talking about real ratings. Actually, all ratings are a joke. But online ratings have no meaning. Lots of fast players who aren't particularly strong in like slow chess could be 2800 in blitz or bullet. It's a totally different thing. So I'm lost. Lost yet? Look looks pretty bad. Readings aren't clairvoyant, but I am. Whoa, Queen H4 just happened. My head hurts. Sick, man. Queen H4. No, but I mean, the rating systems have become less accurate due to the incorporation of a much broader number of players, which is, of course, inevitable. But I think that the chess federation, the World Chess Federation, exacerbated this by you know, the fact that he just wanted to make money by making more titles. You know, it's obvious. Obvious. What are we going to do here? Well, centralize the king, I think. That's a safe bet. Take our chances. I don't know about if I can keep the rooks on there. Ooh, I love me a queen on c7. Interesting game here. Yasser Seirawan apparently playing white. Very odd. Somewhat unpredictable. Surprised me in this game. I don't know if this is a good move, but I'm running out of time. Although I've enjoyed the conversation today. Can you got what happened? Uh-oh. Oh no. Ubot deleted his messages. Poor Skewerly got deleted. Whoa. Black is not sufficiently psychotic there. Mr. Coffee gifting a late gift sub to Skewerly. Thank you, man. Always centralize the king. First priority, right? Take that, Mubot. Mubot got a gift sub from Bob. Actually, Bob encouraged Mubot by gift subbing Mubot. Bob is the biggest sponsor of Mubot. This is Notch Papa. Don't let me get in time pressure against this guy. He's brutal. Andrew. I prefer cash. Good one. Me too. Uh-oh. Why do I have to get, like, a theoretical expert playing the white side of the Sveshnikov? We're playing Kasparov now. Queen h5. It's like a famous game between Kasparov. This is possibly still theory, but I doubt it. Considering I don't know what I'm doing normally. G4, G5 is the idea. So what do I do about it? What are you going to do about it? What are you going to freaking do about it, man? Late f6 ideas? Look at this. Sveshnikov expert with white. I have f5. Yeah, man. I've got to do f5. What else would I do? Bishop takes c1. okay. Reminds me of playing like another player. Another psychopathic player. Dinekis. The end game. For the middle game, the gods have placed the end game. No, that's not how it goes. Yeah, well, dude, it's an E match, right? I think Mamadjarov also tends to lose to random people. on chess.com. The random people do surprisingly well. I don't know, man. This is just a weird game. I don't know what you're up to. What is your game? What is your game? All-time time record holder. Most chess games are drawn, right? At the Grandmaster level. What time control are we talking about? The longer the better for Mamadjarov. You know, the more his strength can sort of show through. Maybe it's fixed. Acerbate hung a piece. Boom. Take that, Acerbate. That'll teach you. For smoking and playing chess. Not paying attention. Wait, don't I have rook c2 here? Ah. Still, it's a good move. Or is it? What do I do? I just like force him to make a good move? Yeah, maybe not. I don't want to force him to make a good move. He enjoys the odd tobacco now and then. The tobacconist. Wonderboy has 15 minutes left. What happened? Now you move the rook to the other square? Dude, that's creative. So now what do I do? King d5? You're not going to play c4. But wouldn't that like kind of wreck your position? I opt for a draw. Why is this guy's rating so low? That's horrible. He's like 1700. What? Oh, he got bored and just resigned. That was right. He just gets bored and resigned his classical games. That's why I have ADD treatment here. Actually expected this move. Ooh, I'll hang a piece maybe. Wow, knight a4. Knight a4. Damn it. Are you serious? Queen b6. Oh my god. I can't even calculate this far. Wow. What am I going to do? I was going to play rook b1. I'm out of time. Alright. Out of time. What can I do? I haven't even castled yet in this game. Are we serious? Come on, Sladgie. See, that's like kind of tricky. What does that mean? Is that an encouragement or I don't get the context. Or like, come on, resign. It's hard to figure out context. Ooh, I have a bad feeling about this. It's hard to get the context. I guess here? No. Rook e8. Oh yeah, bullet fan. It's always the bullet fans. Yeah, nobody should have 16 minutes at this stage, just saying. Especially not like really weak players. Which means anyone under like 1900. Weak is relative. I don't mean that as a disparaging comment. I mean, I'm weak compared to a lot of grandmasters and strong IMs, but alright, let's go. Take your times. And don't try to flag me. I get angry when you flag me. Notch Papa just uses his time to he just kind of pretends to use his time and then like plays like a genius at the end. Wikis, I prefer, yeah. Fisher. H6. Right. The magic move. Of course. Is it Zugzwang yet? Someone on sound. Zugzwang yet? Do we have Zugzwang yet? Where? What? Where? What? Where? So you guys are just gonna flag me. Congratulations. I'm just flagging me. Man, this guy's out of control. He's 1400. No, see, he's 1900. See, this is always like messing me up. So he's down a rook here. You gotta stop having people who are like 1400 who are really 1900. That's driving me crazy. I'd like judge people quickly thinking about their approximate strength, and it's always like the 1400s are really like 2200. Damn, dude. Now what? Yeah, I mean, Wonder Boy, like, you might want to use a little time when you play. Guess I can just take this pawn. These guys have ridiculous amounts of time. Wow. Dude, Amiiboy declined my draw from a worse position. Are you serious? I'm offering you a draw, you have a clearly worse position. Normally he accepts my draws, but now that you're clearly worse, you won't accept it? Alright. Good luck with that. Wow. I thought for sure he would take that one. I mean, normally, like, he sometimes won't take a draw, but I mean, clearly worse? I thought I was being generous offering a draw. Yeah, he'll draw anyway. I mean, that is a kind of generous draw for by me. I mean, he just clearly has a worse structure. He's absolutely worse. Wow. Usually he'll take them. That was surprising. Wow, B4. Oh, looks like I'm in trouble there. Rubinstein, like, endgame. What am I going to do here? E5? I don't like this. Bob! Donating to here for the chess vids. I had a weird hallucination. The Mago guy clearly playing for time. So many of you guys. Me by generously re-offering a draw back from his clearly worse ending. I mean, if it was one-on-one, I would never offer him a draw there. Not in a million years. But I'm just, you know, afraid I'm going to lose on time. Of course. What's happening here? Bishop. The materialist. The materialist strikes again. Where's my knight? Oh man, Mr. Slow like used all his time. Here we go again. He likes the sensation of being in time pressure or seeming to be in time pressure. Oh boy, I missed that one. We missed that one. That is a problem. Alright, well, yeah, that's Wonder Boy, 1400. Yeah, Wonder Boy is right. Wonderbull. Gonna lose on time. No surprise there. What happened? Okay, right. Right, my queen is hacked. Check. Do you want to sack another pawn? Sack a ponda. Bob sack a ponda. Take. I'm lucky if I can draw here. Against the man. The man, the myth, the legend. Wait, he castled. What? What is happening? What, just castled? Are you serious? He lost his mind. What is my knight doing over there? Get my knight out of there. Christ's sake. What is my knight doing over there? What am I going to do with it? Are you serious? Wow. He's a genius. My knight is stuck. I don't believe it. Whoa, B4. That's not good. You know who it is. The legendary Slendrina. Queen check. Discovery. It's like the Open Sicilian. Win on time, dude. Congratulations. Back rank mate. Congratulations on your time wins. Do I go to D8 now? I don't think so. Offer to draw. Lots of draws. Check. Oh. Oh, it's Rubinstein. It's Akiba Rubinstein. Wait for it. G5. Maybe G5. Nope. He didn't do the Rubinstein. What am I going to do with my pawns? Oh, that kind of sucks. Looks like maybe black will draw. Bishop F4. Time. Okay, whatever. Do I have G5 here? What's up? Another draw. Down to 1 minute. What? Is my queen trapped? 9 wins, 5 draws. Mr. Slow Probing. Slow Probing. Mr. Probe. Probe Light. Perfect. The perfect King's Indian. He's won 5 games in a row now. Because that's so standard. Didn't used to win every single game. He's gotten stronger. Bad Grunfeld. Good Grunfeld. What am I supposed to play now? Bad Grunfeld player. You're a bad person. Want to hurt me like this. I guess I'm lost. I don't know. It's like my queen is trapped. Whoa, G4 anyway? Oh my god. Master. Master, can that be right? Whoa, I almost lost on time. That sucks. Yes? Wow, what a perfect game by White. Amazing. Surprising, isn't it? The King's Indian. Is anybody actually in time pressure? Did I just hang a piece there? No. Oh, he's an endgame genius too. Unbelievable. 15 minutes he's using time for the whole game. What? B3? Wonder Boy has 1850. This is like playing a computer. Dude, are you using a computer? Slandrina, seriously? Your game is really computery. It's super computery. Knight F6? What? Go run for the border. How is this not a mate? For me. Knight G6 check? It's mate? Wow. In between move. It's obvious that Slandrina is the player formerly known as Merle, it seems like. I would assume. Well, Wonder Boy will win on time. Congratulations on that. Wait, what? You're up a piece here? How did White like win a piece in this game? I didn't even understand. That was weird. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just losing on time. I'm just here to lose on time. Just here for the free cookies. I haven't lost yet, but I will. Don't worry. I don't understand this game. What happened there? I was totally winning. Not totally winning, but I was clearly better. On the verge of winning. Blundered. Blundered again. Hung a rook? Wonder Boy hung a rook because he like pre-moved. Speaking of hanging a rook. But at least I was in time pressure when I hung a rook. Damn, I thought my rook was... I didn't see his queen was protecting from the side. I'm going to lose to the Neckis. A lot of in-between moves for Sur 8. Wait, what happened now? Check? I guess I should play King H8 there. What is happening? Save dog, don't... Yeah, you're in time pressure. Alright. So it's like playing an engine. This is an engine playing white. I mean, look at the way they played. It's like ridiculous. You couldn't play more like an engine, Slendrina. The style is total engine. Bad opening, not very good for white, but like totally engine after that. If it's not an engine, I'd eat my shirt. Oh, sorry. I offer a draw. I didn't see Mr. Slow was offering me a draw there. So what am I doing? Do I have anything? Should be losing. I have G4. Last chance. I don't understand what happened. That Grunfeld player like got carried away or something. Looked like they were totally winning. But not the only one to get carried away. The rook is hanging on a5. What? And it's mate. Alright, I get it. So if g6, queen g5. Oh my god, I'm just flagging. Wow. Oh no. Mobilize my pawn. Can I claim a draw? Fine with me. So I have queen a5. Well, I have queen takes d3. But I should be lost anyway. Objectively. The what? The what happened? You went nuts? Did you sack an exchange or win material here? What just happened? This doesn't look good. Not coordinated. Check. Wait, what's up with this queen there? What just happened? You had that tactic? Wait, rook takes g4 check? I don't know if this is even good. Wow, rook a8. Saved went kind of crazy. F4 check. Takes king f3. And he has f5. So I'm losing? Oh my god. I'm losing. Or am I losing? Maybe not. Strange position. I need time to think about that. My rooks are hanging. That's not nice. Jesus. Am I gonna lose this? Wow. Holy shit. I'm gonna lose this? It's unbelievable. We played so bad at the end there. What? You traded queens when you had a draw? Both my rooks are hanging. King f3 loses to f5? Am I crazy? Maybe not. Take, h4. Yeah. King f3. But I can play king d3. I don't understand why Ben Grufeld player freaked out. I guess he was just nervous. But he has at least a draw. I blundered there. I saw this. Lucky I have this move. Oh no. What's going on in the king and pawning game? Rook takes. Okay, I'm okay. You're okay. I'm okay, you're okay. Another. Oh my god, what is happening here? And Mago was just too crazy. I don't have to take that pawn. Guess I could play like king d6 and centralize my king. Take it like next move. It's interesting. Wait, what? I'm up the exchange here. Winning. h5. h5. f3. And I'm okay. Now the question is... Wait, I have pass pawn? Thanks, Mr. Slow, for your 8 gift subs. As always, tough game. Well, at least I got a draw against you this week. It's getting better. I don't know if this is a mistake. Probably. So Dinekis is threatening. He's suddenly threatening me on f7. Well, that's not very nice, I would say. Could be a problem. Thought I was gonna pull through here, but apparently not. What am I? I have just a piece down now. Yeah, I'm just lost. Down to my last cheapos. So c4? No. b5. Hurry. Act now. That won't help. That won't help. How much compensation do you have here? Not enough. Hurry and act now. Damn it. I'm gonna drop that pawn. Master sees everything. Master save a dog. Master of time. This was rough. I made a huge blunder. Wait, king d4, king g5, king e4, king h4, king f4, king h3. I'm gonna lose that. Gotta be careful. Yeah, I'm lost against Dinekis. Hung a piece. At least I don't have to stress about trying to get a perfect score. Frankly, that takes a lot of pressure off. Well, I already lost 2 games. I forgot. What am I thinking, actually? Why did I think I hadn't lost? There was the loss against the computer. I can't believe how bad I'm screwing this up. It's like absurd. Knight a5. I'm actually screwing this up. Exactly. My temperament is good today, huh, Bob? The chess is just shit, though. Help him create a passed pawn. Say no to stalemates. Sneaking up on me like that. How's my bishop doing? Very relevant here? Or not so much? Bishop needs help. Doesn't have enough adrenaline. Maybe it's testosterone. Bishop needs more testosterone. Let's put my rook on a square where it's like not defended. Yeah, my temperament was pretty good today for someone who stayed up until 5 o'clock last night. I mean, normally I'm pretty tired the next day. I'm suffering from fatigue lately. Any theories, Bob? I took a COVID test, it was negative, but you never know with those PCR tests. It's funny, they call it the PCR test. I had this friend in college. The PCR was the prehistoric caveman rap. He used to use that on all the girls. He would just like hit them with a club and then, you know, pull them by the hair. It's very effective, though not very culturally accepted anymore. Too many big meals in Austria. It may be that's the case. That guy keeps sneaking up on me. I couldn't move the pieces. That's so dirty. You won by time? I can't believe that the guy was winning on time there. That's so gross. You did the time win on me? Are you guys serious? You're doing like time wins? Oh. They snuck it in on me. The Mago doesn't resign. I'm going to start complaining about people not resigning. Nice time win in a worse position there. How did he win on time? Like no winning chances at all. I thought it was this guy that I flagged against. Wait, who did I flag against? You made your move with 1 minute on the clock. 1 minute? You have tons of time. Talking about. I can't believe I flagged in that game. You were lost. You went from winning to lost. From lost to winning to lost. To draw. To lost to winning. And then I don't know what was going on when I like lost on time. Interesting game. That game had like 7 different evaluations. Miss Save a Dog. Haven't played Save a Dog in a long time. Feels like. I don't know. Weird. trying to flag? This guy needs to resign. I mean, that position is hopeless. He's down 3 pieces. Alright, b4. I'm lost now. Am I? Are you sure? Maybe someone on sound was kind of greedy. What is going on here? Please God, let this game end. Dude, I'm so sick of this. I'm probably losing now. What is the message? Why are you messaging me? Alright. It's a nice message. I thought it was a... Yeah, dude, it's really appropriate to just play this out. I love this. What happened? Check. Right. Am I lost yet? Yeah, of course. Now it's pre-move mate. Pre-move mate. Can I go on to the next game? Will my pre-move even count in simul? Or does it like not go through? Is it one of those things? I managed to screw up the other game completely. Wow, I meant to take with the bishop. Yeah. So I'm not even winning. Saber Dog's defensive skills are outrageous. So I can't do pre-move mates in simul. Other people can pre-move against me, but I can't do pre-moves. Is that right? What's happening with someone on sound, king and pawn in game? He miscalculated. I'm still at the exchange. What do I do? But didn't he have h3? I wonder if h3 would have made a difference. King g4, king e4, king h3, king e5, King h2. I can't believe I'm like gonna lose this one. This is really disgusting. Testy. Maybe I'm not losing. But it's pure coincidence if I'm not losing here. He's got a pawn on the 7th. I have no idea what's going on, literally. Queen g4 check. Queen h5 check. My f6 rook is pinned. I'm sure he calculated all this. He's playing all this moves with no time. He doesn't have to think, though. He has like a forced move. Queen g4 check, queen f3 check. There's all kinds of weird stuff going on. I don't know. I don't have time to calculate. King takes. What? Wait, do I have e4? I don't want to do that. e4, king takes. King takes h2. Is that good for me? e4, king takes h2. King f3. King f4. No. I don't think so. I have queen d7 check, which apparently doesn't work. Queen f3 check. Queen f5 check. Oh, the pre-move. Save a dog. That's dirty. Pre-moving, just not nice. Oh, but I only have a minute left. 93. Yeah, it's a big deal when you have one game. Like, P-Pie was like, I only had a minute left. Yeah, well, it's pretty easy when you have one game, but with like 5, it's a lot harder. Alright. Knight D3. King D2, knight C5. Tricky. Should I bring my king around? King around. It's a tricky situation. Need to find a good move. I don't know, but that looks like an active square. If I play e4 first, jeez, dude, why are you trying to flag me? Someone on sound with the flag. Flag strategy. Black flag. He's a big time flagger. I guess I should have pushed the other pawn first. He's a big time flag player. Check. Wait, am I winning this? Wow. Wait, I have rook b6 check? Is that good enough? Maybe not. Okay. Wait, you're hanging the pawn? The pawn! The pawn! Hanging the pawn. Wait, what? How close am I? Maybe it's a draw. The pawn. Take, king b5, h4, a4, h3, a5, h2, a6. Wait. My knight is attacked. Oh, if I play knight d3, you can't go to b4. It's an interesting concept. Here we go, another king and pawn in game, maybe. But there is check. Now we're going to see the magic knight. Magic bishop. Oh, it's our last game. Someone on sound tragically had to resign. Someone on sound is someone on sound. What do you mean? So someone on sound, you were probably look at h3. We'll check after the game. 3 losses, 9 draws, 13 wins. We almost have double-digit draws. So what's happening here? My king is like in jail. King jail. I have knight b6. I feel like I need to get out of king jail. King crab. What's that? A threat? Are you threatening something? Bishops are amazing. Sorry, this stupid question. Well, why do I get here by clicking on link for Ellen Nilsson? She's like raiding me or something. I didn't know we got a raid from Ellen. That's the only thing that makes sense. I don't know if she raided my stream or something. She's hosting me. But did we get a raid? I don't remember. She might be hosting me. I'm probably auto-hosted by her. Wow, I didn't know that. Bishop e2. Am I winning? For real? Never. This is my last game. Well, thanks to her if she is auto-hosting. King e7, bringing around the king. It's relevant quadrant. So king b5, c3 wins. So I think that white will choose a different option. This is another game I'm very disappointed in myself. I was clearly winning. But winning is a relative term, like everything else. when I say I'm winning, I mean it means like objectively it was a winning position according to like the engine, but I'm not the engine. I'm one tempo short of getting over to the king side in time. What about this fork though? There's a fork on c3. So I have king d6. He can't take on b5. If takes on c4, I take. You take my knight, and I have the killer. Oh man, it's like someone on sound all over again, but worse. I have king d6 here. It's brutal. King d6, take. Always take. Take, take, take. No, king d6, take on b5, fork. I don't know. Gotta try it. They told me at chess school that bishops were stronger than knights, and that's been my experience. In general, open positions or positions with pawns on both sides. Black is better, but bishop takes c4 loses. King takes b5, I think, loses. I think. King takes b5, knight c3 check, king c4, knight takes e2. I don't know, he has an a pawn. Well, he's definitely not winning. What about bishop d1? Bishop d1, knight b2. And there's always like these e5 checks. Doesn't seem to do a lot. I mean, his bishop... He's not happy about the fact that he has 3 pawns on white squares. I mean, that's not ideal. His bishop is restricted. It's not the ideal bishop. But I think I was winning this game a lot easier. Well, very much. He sacked in exchange for nothing. I mean, he went crazy. Rook takes d7 at one point. It was really not justified. Not even close. Guys, don't forget to support the stream. We had a gift sub earlier from... Who was it? Make PogChamp great again. Oh my god, no. They didn't gift sub. I just noticed that. Make PogChamp great again. Followed. Put PogChamp out of its misery. Alright. King c6. Well, I have to play knight b2. Or not. This is hanging. I don't have to play knight b2. I have to play knight b2. Duh. And then bishop c2. You mean make your bishops great again. The buddy system. Everybody, buddy up. Stick together. So bishop c2 or bishop e2. Oh, he has 2 moves. 3 moves, technically. Why is c2 better? Because it blockades the c-pawn, I guess. c2 seems more relevant. I mean, he's also, yeah, in this little area. Aerial. He never really has this e5 that does anything, or does he? Phew, that's a scary move. e5. Could be some freak situation here. Freak! No, I mean, if he tries to sack a pawn, let's see, e5 takes, h4 takes. I mean, I've got that really fast pawn. My h-pawn would be down on h1 pretty quick. e5 takes, bishop e4 check. Interesting. Yeah, but my king can come back that way. I don't know. He could try e5. It's a crazy move. It's a crazy world we live in. Knight d3 check. Oof. Actually, that's interesting. Take, take. Somewhat on sound strikes again. Wow, I have f5 at the end of the day. Some crazy variations here. e5, knight d3 check, take, take, king c3, f5. This is a tough ending. I don't even know what's going on. My gut instinct is that I shouldn't lose. But am I better enough? Better enough. Am I better at all? It's probably a better question. Better. Better butter. Have to say, this is why bishop c2 was a good move. Kind of missed that. They didn't update me on that. Oh my gosh, what's going on? So now I have to play knight d3? Wow, I can actually lose? He's like a genius. Now I'm worse? Yeah, what am I doing? I'm like losing? Make losing great again. Well, I guess I'm all in here. Take, there. Whew, I'm all in. There. Then what? Yeah, I've got b4. King c5. Make king and pawn in games great again. We're just in time. I almost managed to lose it. He's got the further outside pawn now. Make pawn champs great again. 100 for shoutouts. Yes, I have e5, and that's the point. Make king and pawn games great again. It's fun to have these king and pawn in games. It looks inaccurate. Well, what other move does he have? What do you mean it looks inaccurate? It's like the only move. It's the only move. No, I have f5 if he plays e5. He's in trouble there. He's probably losing. Do you think he could be losing? Wow, maybe I'm still better? Another queen ending? Bring it in the king and pawn in games. Alright, we gotta go. Only way to fly. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I queen first. Where do I want to be? I mean, man, he's in trouble. My king is going to be like nestled in on a good square. And I queen first. But he could try to stop me, I guess. And I don't want to go to f3 where he queens with check. So it's not so simple. If I go to f4, he can try to come back. King f4, king c4, e4, a4, e3, king d3, king f3, a5, e2, a6, e1. So it looks like I have king f4. King f4, king f4, king c4, e4, king f4, a4, e4, king c4, e3, king d3, king f3, a5. Yeah, I'm too fast. So I think it works. I want my king to be in a good position when we both queen. I mean, I'm on these pawns. He could lose like someone on sound lost in a queen ending. Or another king and pawn game. You're curious about king c3, yeah. Yeah, we'll look at the king and pawn games before we close out the stream. It's funny that we got two interesting king and pawn games at the end of the simul. Rook. Make your rooks great again. Alright, so a queen trade. Does a queen trade win? If it were even possible, theoretically. He's got to be careful if I check him. Like queen b1 check, he only has 2 squares. Queen b1 check, king c4. I guess queen f1 check and take the pawn here. Take the pawn to... There's also like queen e5 check. Queen check, king c5. I'm not sure that helps me. Why am I bringing his king closer? So I think I check and take the pawn. He doesn't have perpetual. He's not gonna have perpetual, is he? Maybe he does. I doubt it. I can also just play like king g3 here. I mean, the critical move was king f4. If I move my king to a different square, like, you know, the obvious one is like, okay, f3 is bad, and d3 is the more aggressive square, but my king ends up, you know, over in Zimbabwe. I don't want to end up over there. So king g3, or you just want to take the pawn. Queen takes. It's kind of an awkward way to take the pawn. But I have king g3. Queen a3 check, queen f3, queen takes, king d5, king g3, king e6, king takes h3. He's lost in all endgames there. So like king g3, my f-pawn's protected. Can that possibly be a bad move? Queen a3 check, queen f3. Yes, queen b8 check. And then the same sort of thing like queen f4. I can't see how this can be a mistake. Surrounding. Always watch out for your surroundings. I was scrolling through the Twitch, like, stream categories or whatever. Like, I have playing with viewers set. What are they called? It's not categories, right? But evil characters. One of the categories was evil characters. Why not queen takes h3? Well, I don't like the coordination, you know? We could just as easily say why queen takes h3. My queen and my king are, like, kind of poorly coordinated. But I guess it works. It probably works. Yeah, maybe I'm wasting time. I can't really tell you, Turkey Farm. King d4 stops what? The table base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's an 8-piece table base, so there ain't no table base for this, right? Is there an 8-piece table base? That doesn't exist, does it? Did they figure out an 8-piece table base? There's a 7-piece table base, right? They have 8-piece table base? Wow. That must be new, relatively new. ChessBase probably copied it from somewhere else, some freeware. Oh no. Queen there. So it looks like it probably was a mistake what I did there. The G-pawn should still be winning though. Looks like Turkey Farm is right. I shouldn't have done this. I should have taken the pawn when I had the chance. What a move to come up with. Like f5 takes, queen takes check, king moves somewhere. I have queen takes h3, a very technical ending. f5 allows queen c3 as well. It's a blunder. It's a blunder. So queen takes. Yeah, I might as well have taken the other way. Queen takes. Queen check, queen f4. Looks like I blundered. I should have taken the pawn while I had it. But basically, unless he has a perpetual check here, it should be a win, theoretically. I mean, unless he has some kind of direct perpetual check. Well, it's hard. It's what's wrong with it, man. The previous position, if I can win both pawns, I mean, it's a walk in the park. Defermian lost on time in this ending against me. Of course, he didn't have increment, but still. He had this ending with like 15 minutes left, and he lost on time. I mean, with the winning side, trying to beat me. If it was easy, like a 2600 player would have, or 2575, whatever his max was, a respectable grandmaster would have easily beaten me. Knight pawn is not a draw, generally. I mean, when I defended this position, I tried to get my king, like, as far away. Like, the best strategy seems to be, like, to have your king as far away as possible. Like, you don't want your king getting, like, exchanged for the queen. Your queen getting exchanged. You want your king far away. So, like, queen exchanges are harder to do. If he's close by, I think it's a table-based win. Rook pawn is a draw often. What? Oh my god. Queen f2 blocked with check. Jesus Christ. That's terrible. That's like my poker blunder. This is bad too, though. All right. Yeah, he didn't want to put up. He had enough. He didn't want to put up any more resistance. Oh man. All right, let's have a quick look at these king and pawn games. At least we got some interesting endgames. Final score: 14 wins, 9 draws, 3 losses. Arsenal got disconnected. Sorry about that, man. So, I just want to take a look at the king and pawn games. First was, because we were really late. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. Thanks all you guys for supporting the stream. Alright, somewhat. Yeah, so, someone on sound. Let's take a look at endgame land. I was apparently winning. Wow, totally winning, and I botched it. No, it's not totally winning. It's not clear. Let's see. We got down to endgame land, and that's apparently a mistake. Trading rooks. Wow. I figured you're holding here. And I was actually thinking about another move. Like, I don't have to play bishop takes e4 in this position. I could have played king d6. And prove my position, but alright, b5, whatever. Yeah, but I think taking is the right move. Okay. Computer seems to agree. Now you played this, forcing exchange of bishops into what looks like you've got, oh, I've got like 2 passed pawns, you know, outside passed pawn. But I also have a passed pawn. And with kings on opposite sides of the board, you know, queen side majority doesn't mean anything anymore. So, you know, who's to say, like, whose pawn majority matters more here? It's a very interesting king and pawning game. I thought it was a draw. And I actually thought I might be worse. You have the smaller majority, so it's easier. You make a passed pawn faster. I felt like it was easier for you to get your king over here and stop me. And I didn't feel like I had an offensive plan. I was thinking about like c4 or something. But I don't know, man. This evaluation looks like a draw. 1.2. Let's see. Yeah, so I played the best move. But I still think that we're in the... I don't know why it's giving me such a high evaluation. We're within the range of a draw. It should be a draw. With 1.4. You played the best move. I played a top move. And now king e2 is apparently dubious. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see a benefit to king e2 versus king e3. But I understand your point was to get over here. It probably doesn't matter, but man, the evaluation looks very high. It's like black's winning. Wow. I didn't realize I was winning. I honestly thought it was like a Mexican standoff. That's really interesting. I literally didn't know I was winning. So let's see. E5 is a mistake. Wow, so that's double question mark. I have to go with my king. Or just push the pawns first. So say like b4. I mean, obviously you're not going to take, so king e2. I didn't think I was winning here. Wow. This is really tricky. I mean, you've got that on the outside, you know, all the time in the back pocket. So I just played the move order wrong. Wow. The right idea, but I have to play this first. Unbelievable. I played e5 first. And now you're back in it again. Honestly, like, my following move is really dumb. I mean, I knew it was a strange move when I played it, like h5. Why should I even bother with that pawn? But I'm just in time pressure. But it kind of doesn't make sense. Although it played a role in the game. Yeah, amazing. I'm winning after b4. Let's see how it would go. King c2, a4. You know, you're kind of frozen, right? Yeah, I should just keep this pawn back. I'm making it easier for him to create a passed pawn when I play h5. He just plays g3, h3, g4, right? If I don't play h5, it takes him longer to create a passed pawn. But I really didn't realize I was winning. I mean, what's the winning method here? Let's say he just sits. I just improved my king, right? But how do I make progress? I'm just gonna like walk over. So let's say he does like g4. Oh man. I can just go here. It's brutal. Takes and then king here. And if he, yeah, wow, I'm just like walking in. And if he goes h4, king e4, and then he can't do anything. This is a very instructive endgame. So h5, I made 2 blunders, e5 and h5. And now it should be a draw. But I was curious about this later position, right? Here, here, here. And now I almost managed to lose. c4 is your best move. I thought it might have been a blunder. So I expected you to just kind of keep the tension. I actually expected you to play h3. h3, king f5, king d2, e4, g4 check, like something like this. Take, 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 wow, take, here. I didn't see this far. That's a very complex ending. It's just amazing how complicated king and pawning games can be. This is an extremely complicated ending to play. But you should not have lost at this point. c4 was aggressive. He was trying to win. Wow, I have b4. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. No, b4 is losing. Okay, yeah. No, he thought he's winning. Like, b4 loses. Yeah, it takes a while for the engine to see it with Horizon. It loses. You have 2 passed pawns. So basically, someone on sound could have just kept attention, but he played c4 because he knows that b4 like loses for me. But he missed that I have this. I'm lucky that I'm not lost. Because he has, you know, outside pawn. King f5, king d3, and I only have the saving move. And now king e4, king h3, and I was shocked here when you didn't take the pawn. This was a weird move. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it has to be like take and go back to f4. This is what I calculated. Takes here, here. You know, and I thought I would play king h3. Wow. I misevaluated this. I thought I was okay, but I'm not. Holy shit, I lose after king f3. I just thought it was like a draw or something. Damn, I mean, I'm just lost here. You get the c5 pawn fast and you win. So I have to be really careful. King f4, king g2. Okay, that's easy enough. And now you play g4. And I can play h4, or I can take. And if take, king takes, king f2, king f4, king e2, king e4, king d2, king d5, king c2. Obviously I saw all this. But it becomes pretty obvious now. It's a draw. No, I didn't see all that. But it makes sense. I figured it was a draw. But I was dumbfounded when you played king d5. But I'm not sure I played this right either. When you played this move, I blundered again. Wow. There was really no reason to play e4. I don't know why I played this. I would rather like queen the h-pawn and keep an e-pawn. How did you lose this again? Oh, you directly blundered the queen exchange, right? Everybody, it's very popular these days. Sorry, man. King a5. You can't take the pawn. You just hung the game with king takes a4. So we literally made like 10 blunders in this king and pawning game, both of us. I mean, the pawn looks scary. This is not an easy ending to save, you know. Not to say this is easy. I have a passed pawn and you don't, you know, I mean. But you're gonna have good practical chances to save it with like perpetual check and stuff. Yeah, that's brutal. You just blundered the queen exchange. I mean, after takes. I can actually win either way, but I was gonna take with the king, so I queen on, you know, I queen on h1. Unfortunately for him, you know, here. If his king is on b8, it's a draw. Or even b7, b8. If his king is on either b7 or b8, it's a theoretical draw. Alright, then the other king and pawning game before we finish. With Save Dog. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I'm disappointed by how many mistakes we made. This game I was winning a lot of different ways before, but we finally got down to the king and pawning game. This is the point Arsenal wanted to stop on here. I was lucky, you know, here I'm lucky. I was winning, wow. I was totally winning. Again, I didn't know I'm totally winning. I really don't know. And I would need more time to figure this out. But here, I'll check that out. Yeah, we're talking about this position. I don't know if I'm winning here. You know, I'm not a computer. Black's obviously better. But now I blundered with king c6, which was like my entire plan. So what did I miss here? I think my problem is that, yeah, this variation the computer finds isn't so easy to see. You know, it has to do with this, and I thought, oh, this sucks, but I have knight e1. See, I didn't see this. If you don't see this, then you've got a problem, you know. So I didn't see it. You know, you see it or you don't. You know, I played the second best move, king c6. And now it's like a draw, apparently. I'm lucky that I'm not worse. Popular phrase today. Knight d3, bishop takes d3, pawn takes d3, king takes d3. Oh wow, what a weird position. So my move is actually irrelevant. By the way, if you analyze with a computer king and pawning games, you gotta let it go to like depth 30. I mean, a lot of times the variations are extremely long. So even the computer can't come up with the right conclusion at depth 20, 24. Look at this. All moves are the exact same evaluation. King c7. I mean, if my best move is king c7, am I winning here? I'm pretty skeptical. Is 1.7 a winning position? It's like 1.7 and all variations are 1.7. What does that mean? Like, that's not a win. 1.7 isn't winning. 1.7 must be a draw. King c5. Yeah. No, as I said, like, during the game, Arsenal suggested e5, but I have f5. This is a killer. Apparently I can take. That's pretty funny. I can actually take and still be winning. Just cling to my pawn. But I would just play f5. This king is in the square here. Oh, the pawn, or whatever you want to say, is the square of the pawn. This is the square of the pawn, whatever. You know, the e pawn. I'm in there. So, yeah, I was looking at crazy stuff like that. I have to be careful here. Takes, g5, h3. We both queen. This is not so simple. I couldn't be sure about this. I mean, obviously I'm queening first and I have a bazillion checks. I'm probably winning, but it's a queen ending. So his only move is king c3. Yeah, computer is now at 1.6 again. Wow, I blundered. So e5 is a blunder. Allows the position to be drawn. I was frankly happy not to be losing, but I have more space. And the thing is, he has the further outside pawn. I don't think I'm winning, anyway. Yeah, but I thought that would have lost anyway. I just don't think I'm winning. The computer says the best move is king b6. Whatever, you know. How am I winning this? King b4? What am I doing? Am I triangulating? I'm triangulating? I just did nothing. I'm just going around in circles. It's like a joke. I have distant opposition. Who cares? I don't understand the computer's valuation. Like 1.7. What does that mean? We're just going to end up in the same position again. We just go around in circles. King b6. It's coming up something, but I think it's a draw. Yeah, it's just... Well, I was looking at this. I thought this might be winning, but it's not with your king on d3. So even if I triangulate, that's pretty funny. This position with black to move, even if I can triangulate and make it you to move, you're still not lost. Now you have the opposition, and it's a draw. But even if I can turn it around, it's still a draw. So, like, if we play that variation, computer triangulates, and I get the opposition, and you're to move, king d3. Because your king is here, I can't play b4. I can't win. So it says get my king to a5. Okay. King d4, king a5. Jeez. And there's this miracle. Wow, this is incredible. F takes e5, king takes e5, king a4, h4. Holy shit. It's a draw anyway by a miracle. You'd have to be a computer to save this. E5 check, king f3, h3, king g3, king a3, g5. This is unbelievable, right? It's a table-based draw. So I wasn't winning, but I mean, king c3 was clearly your best move. When I played e5, it's a blunder, but it's not really a blunder then. So anyway, e5, king b3. Yeah, I had king d4. That was the game, right? King c5, king c3, e5, king b3, double question mark, king d4. Okay, so if you play king d3, I play b4. And I thought I was winning. My problem is that I thought I was winning this. You didn't calculate this? Here? Here, here? I mistakenly thought I was winning this position. I forgot you can like regain the opposition with a5. It's so stupid. King takes a5, king a3, king b5, king b3, king c5, king c3. No, my bad. I thought that was enough for me. I was happy not to lose though. So every game I'm like clearly better and I think I'm losing. It's pretty funny. I have more space. But it is a draw. It is a draw. It's very interesting. King c5, king c3, e5. Really not a blunder, as there is no winning move. And now you just blundered. Here, 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 here. And king f4 is another blunder. Wow. Or is it? It's inaccurate. I should have played king d4. What's the difference? Oh no, I have a check and check. That was the point he was talking about. Okay, so that's what you were talking about, right? So when I queen, I cut off the c5 square, so he only has c6, and then I can hit him with the h, yeah, on the diagonal. Okay, so we both queen, and then I check, and he doesn't have that. Yeah, yeah, I didn't see it in time pressure. I thought I was really smart playing king f4. I think like king d3 is probably a draw. King f3 is a blunder. King d3 is a blunder. King e3 I might even lose. So, you know, it was really king d5 is bad. So it's a question of, I didn't see the value in king d4. King f4 was good. Good enough to win, maybe. The question is here, and it was mentioned, okay, you should play king b6. I am winning though. But as Turkey Farm said, I should take this pawn. I just felt like my queen was misplaced and my king was exposed to a zillion checks. I was afraid there would be like a perpetual or something. My pieces aren't really well coordinated. How do I know to play king b6? I don't have any idea. But I will tell you, like the knight pawn endgame, like you sometimes want your king to be farther away, not necessarily closer. You know, in general, like that may be the best way to defend. You don't always want your king closer to the action in a queen ending where, you know, trading queens ends the game. So I think king b6 is already like getting your king, keeping your king far away, you know. That's the idea. But queen h8 was a brilliant move. That's the only move. That's a great move. You had a draw here. Wow. I can't believe it. Wow, it's a draw. I can't believe it. It's a knight pawn and it's a draw. That's weird. You don't have a direct perpetual and it's a draw. I mean, I haven't checked my like queen and knight pawn endgames in a long time, but the books generally state that just the rook pawn, queen endings are very drawish. I mean, it's better to have a central pawn for sure. Like, I want to have, in most endings, I want to have a central pawn. They're usually winning. The closer to the center, the better it is, I guess. But I thought this was a win. I'm surprised by this. My comment during the game was if you don't have perpetual directly, it should be a win. I mean, if your king was like in a great position or something, you know, like over there, and you could trade down, okay, that's a different story, but your king cannot help to stop the pawn. You don't have perpetual. My king is pretty sheltered from checks. I thought this is a win. Apparently it's not. So queen e5 is alright. Yeah, and like finding this move, queen h8, is next to impossible. So this is just a blunder. You blundered the game in one move. But what should you play? You don't have a check. You have a check here. You could check. I was gonna play king g2. Like, the question is how is this a draw? King b6. g4. We'll have to consult like the latest endgame analysis, but I would have thought I was winning. It's the endgame I drew against the Fermian. Queen g7, g3. See, king b7. Unbelievable that this is a draw. You want to stay away. Nick couldn't beat me. You know, he lost the time. If it was easy, he would have beaten me. But I didn't know this was a draw. According to the table base, it's really a draw. I think if you made it a central pawn, it's almost certainly not a draw. Yeah, good game. I didn't know. That doesn't make it easy to draw, but I think, you know, you got to know that you have a chance at least. Anyway, guys, thanks for the simul. Thanks for playing. I will be back again tomorrow. We're going to do some rapid chess. I'm going to try to stream a little longer. 3+ hours on Monday morning. Tomorrow 11 to 2. Something like 11 to 2. Okay. CEST. Central European Summertime. Thanks, Mr. Coffee. Someone on sound. Mr. Slow. Acerbate. Everybody. Arsenal. Bob. Yeah, thanks for the games. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Rapid chess. As long as possible. And thanks for the host from Ellen and for, of course, Tranquilizer for his raid. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.